experience. My church, where I was pastoring at Bethesda Presbyterian Church, we hosted Family Promise 4 weeks a year. And I am happy to say that I saw people's lives transformed. And children now are studying at Campbell University and want to become youth ministry or a doctor or a lawyer. And they came through Family Promise when I met them and fed them and hung out with them at my church. But when we became aware of the possibility of the annex at the Johnson School, we did a tour of it, and it just seemed miraculous. I'm going to be honest with you. The annex is a separate building from the Johnson School. It has a bathroom in every room, which would provide for a family to be able to stay overnight. And it looks like a perfect place to be the day center and the overnight place. And we would still need, 8 to 12 churches minimum to come in and do dinners at night, breakfast, and spend the night for supervision purposes. But it would be located it would be safe because there's good security out there, it appeared to me, from looking as an outsider. And also, as you renovate and repurpose the Johnson School as a community center, it would work out in the gym, be tutored, because tutoring would be a part of it. But anyway, I'm going to stop. We have this grant proposal, which we put as a total of $284,200. We would love to have all of that. We would love to have some of that. But part of it is we would be so grateful if that annex could have that purpose. I think that's all I want to say. We would need to hire a part-time setup coordinator. We finally get launched. We are launched, so to speak. We haven't begun serving families yet. We would need to have a full-time coordinator, director, and maybe a part-time social worker that would help with the families to get jobs, to apply for jobs. But the success rate for Family Promise nationwide is phenomenal. It's about 80% people get launched in their lives. I don't know about you, but I've never seen anything with that kind of success rate. And I'll tell you how many times and how many days people come to the church wanting a night in a motel. And that's not sustainable. And it breaks my heart. And particularly like in summer months when it is so hot and miserable and people are living in their cars. Often it's the mothers with 4 children, 5 children. And I've kind of said, where's Papa? Drugs, he's unavailable. How does a person work when the kids are living in a car? I don't know. But anyway, to me, it's a sustainable solution, and I don't think Scotland County is unique, but there are homeless people here in desperate need. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Any questions? I'm sure there are questions that you have about the presentation.
I have a couple.
Okay, sir.
The grant you're asking for,
Yes, sir.
is that for first year, or are you asking for the grant for your first year startup? Or?
Some of the things that are in the request are really for the startup. The beautiful thing about the annex is it's already set up pretty beautifully. The one thing that's needed is showers, because people need to be able to have shower possibilities. Family Promise overall, the national organization also helps with grants. If we needed to, get more money, churches, as they see the success of the program, they begin to invest money, to offer money. So we're not looking to be totally supported, but this is helpful for a startup of getting, like office equipment that's needed and hiring somebody. We're not looking to continuously ask you for money, but this would be a startup to get up and running.
I have one follow-up question. I'm trying to understand.
Yes, sir.
Your monthly the maintenance, if the property would do. You pay your bills.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
And I'm not, I did go to the Family Promise website. And one of the questions that I had sense is that in most communities, it is primarily financed by the faith community. Okay. Do you know nationwide it goes, the program comes from government?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I will look into it for you. I know that churches and faith-based communities have been the primary needs. I can't answer that question.
In Moore County, and we know that Moore County may have a lot more resources in there than we do. But in Moore County, was it basically faith-based?
It was very much faith-based, and I'm proud to tell you that we had a teenager in my church before I actually got there that went to her school and raised $10,000 for starting up the program because she was so passionate about it. That was the mission and ministry. And I recently talked to her mother who said that was the greatest thing they ever did in their lives, was to help start Family Promise. And the good thing about the church involvement is it's great to host them at your church. But if the churches are the ones that come and volunteer, they get to know the kids, they play with the kids, they help them with studying and tutoring. So to a certain extent, they build those faith-based relationships that go on for a lifetime. I would have, when we come to the meeting May 2nd, I hope to bring a family where 3 of the kids we met through Family Promise spending the night at our church on a cot in a Sunday school classroom. So a lot of the times that rotational model helps glean the support of the churches. But in talking to the church in Scotland County, they were a little intimidated by that. But they said, we want to help, but it would be easier not to have to host them over. So I feel like this is kind of unique in Scotland County and would be a great testimony and witness to be written up on the national website. Well, you could do something like this. There's a school that's not being used. Wow. So I think it could be an example here in Scotland County of another way of doing it, where the churches all come to the same location, feel secure, and get to know and minister to these people. So that the primary energy is through what Carolyn Gordon, the national representative, said to us at our meeting was, if you can talk, if you can eat, if you can sleep, you can volunteer for this program. And so, the gut isn't going to be asked to spend the night, eat and sleep with the people, but it's providing the location where that can happen most fruitfully. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, well, and I looked at your proposal pretty thoroughly, very honestly. Actually, when I found out what we were doing, I went back from our church and wanted to know why we didn't get a letter, and found out that we did and didn't respond.
What church is that, sir?
It's an AM. It is New Hope Baptist Church.
Okay, well, I'll be honest, we got a lot of letters back. We sent 250 letters. And I went looking for the churches that they came back from to try to find where they were and who they were.
And I don't want to take anything away from the churches, right? Because I think that, one, Scotland County is a community of giving people. And we've seen that in money for years. And I think some churches would like to own the aspect of those people staying in the church, if they have the resources to do that. So, and I'm not making any request. Obviously, I think you're asking for much, and would hopefully be happy with whatever we did.
Yes,
And it sounds like you're also maybe more interested in the location than necessarily a lot of money.
correct. That is very correct.
At the other, I did have one question with one of your numbers.
Okay,
And
yes,
I'm,
sir.
and I'm not gonna ask you to spend a lot of time trying to figure it out, but you said that, that you usually deal with 3 or 4 families, maybe over time,
Yes, sir.
and the average time was maybe 9 weeks.
Mhm.
And when I multiplied that 3.5 families, 6 periods of time, I didn't come up with 54 families being helped. I came up with about half of
Okay, well,
that. So my question is, where does the 54 families come from?
Well, sometimes, like, that's a generalization, but a family is considered one parent and a child, but it could be up to, I think what they said is, at any one time, the maximum they host 4 families or 14 people. So I didn't create that proposal, but another woman who had surgery and wasn't able to be with us today is the one that actually came up with that figure. But it really varies, how long, how many, but it can't exceed 4 families or 14 people just for the safety. I mean, it's not, we don't want 100 people in there. It's 4 families, 14 people at any one time. So the math may have been a little
Well,
off.
if you would,
Trying to figure
pass that
out
along, and if
how
you
it is.
answer that for me, that would be great.
I sure would.
Thank you. Anybody else have any, do you have a local board that are you forming
It's already formed.
are you
Yes, sir.
creating a local corporation?
Yes, we're in process of doing that.
That
We have the board formed, and the national coordinator, the woman that came, her job is to start up new affiliates. Her name is Carolyn Gordon, and she's come and met with us about 4 or 5 times, and we've gone through the process, signed the charter, and these 2 ladies are the co-directors of the board. And there's other people that we're moving towards. We have a post office box, and we're looking towards establishing all of that.
Yeah, timeline.
What's that? We're ready.
Okay. Yeah, timeline for incorporating your charitable.
As possible. I mean, we're in the process of doing it right now.
Thank you so much. Any comment from your 2 other ladies?
Co-directors,
Yes, please help us. Our articles of incorporation and our bylaws have already been submitted to the national office.
Okay.
Finally, thank you, Gary.
So we appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
okay. We appreciate the time on the docket, and I appreciate the first slot on the docket, because I've got other meetings back at my church. So
Well,
thank
y'all are
you so
welcome to
much.
this, but don't feel like that you need to. I did, you did have your proposal with you, Sandy Callan with the radios here, if you want to give him a copy before you leave. The gentleman in the burgundy shirt.
Okay, 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 we'll get it to you.
Yes.
Okay. Should I get it to you? Thank you
I
so
think he
much.
says he's gonna be able to pull it off.
Okay, so you already did, you already got it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Seal, thank you very much.
God bless you in all you do.
Thank you.
May you have discernment
And wisdom.
and wisdom too.
Should I sit over here? Present on the paper?
I think you're probably okay. We are well ready for you if you really want to come forward. You can stand if you wish to.
No, I'd rather say.
Probably come to this seat so you can be caught on camera better than outside.
Good morning. My name is Garrett Collins, Director of Government Affairs for Star Communications, locally known as Spectrum. Almost all around vehicles riding around Scotland County, the city of Laurinburg. So you spoke with the county manager. There's a process by which providers have the mechanism to expand broadband in rural areas in the county. And what we've identified, what we know in every county is through the pandemic and the absence of kids being in school, the lack of connectivity to broadband for schools. I think all of us can agree to that because it's probably one of the one of the things that a lot of the counties have identified over the last 2 years that was lacking, especially with the school boards. School boards constantly would call me and say, is there an opportunity or a way that we can get connectivity to students, whether it's Wi-Fi hotspots when they had to do homework. So with charter communications, with that happening, we begin to see the government, both state and federal, start pumping a lot of money into the expansion of broadband. And through that expansion, it happened on the federal level where the federal government appropriated $20 billion for the first round of RDOF. So you have a handout in front of you. It won't take a lot of your time, but just share with you what the state and federal government has done, as well as what Charter has done over the last 2 years. On the second page of the hand, Charter was awarded an RDOF award, which is reverse auction. RDOF is Rural Digital Opportunity Fund that the FCC funded for $20 billion for broadband providers through a reverse auction to serve unserved blocks across the country. So Charter Communications thought it was a great opportunity for us to expand our existing footprint within a county, or in many cases, right now, we're in 99 of the 100 counties after the RDOF. So we picked up some additional counties within the state of North Carolina where we're not a current provider to get broadband deployed in rural areas. On the second page here, you can see on this first page, we have 821 FCC locations. Those FCC locations are not locations that Charter chose. Our census block, the federal government determined through their 477 data for providers sending their biannual reports of served locations. So within the county of Scotland County, the FCC determined, okay, these are the census blocks within the county that shows there's no access to speeds of 25.3, because the FCC determines broadband at speeds above 25, at least 25/3 and above. There's a lot of providers, telecom providers, that provide DSL service, but that DSL service falls below the 25/3. And so therefore, the federal government, FCC determined that broadband at least 25/3. What we're expecting to happen is the FCC to redefine the definition of broadband, carry those speeds up. So there's 821 locations. If you look at the map, and I apologize, I didn't realize I could do a PowerPoint at a works session with the commissioners. So I printed the handout. The colors look at the county map, which is highlighted in the light blue. You see the dark blue areas there of those census blocks. Those dark areas are those census blocks that we're going to be building to very rural, unserved households. And every household in that census block will be served through the RDOF award that we won. If you flip over to page 2, we'll get into the state grants a little bit. The state appropriated $350 million ARP funds that the state received from the federal government, pretty much like you guys received from the state, those federal ARP funds, what that came down from the state. And they set some guidelines on what we called and what was initially set prior to even the pandemic, which was what we call the GREAT grant, which is a state grant. And the unique thing about these grants, the good thing about grants, is that it allows providers to get into rural areas where it really wouldn't be financially feasible for a provider to go in. If there's 2 or 3 households per mile and you have to go 5 miles to get to it, a company's just never, they're not going to build it because you're never going to get a return on investment. You wouldn't in 150 years, you wouldn't do it. Because it's based on the fact that if you've got 3, we look at a 50% penetration of 1.5. So not every household's gonna, want access to whatever service is there. So through the GREAT grant, the state set aside $350 million for this fiscal year for providers to apply for a state grant. The GREAT grant, through this process, what they wanted and they asked is that for the providers to seek a partnership with the county. Because it is a scoring criteria, when providers are submitting their application, it gets very competitive. So based on the scoring criteria, what happens if you have a partnership with the county is pretty much, yeah, we want to partner because broadband is one of our top initiatives and we want to see broadband. We want to see our students in the rural areas have access to broadband. They typically, most of the counties that I have that decided that we would apply for has chosen to partner. Now, I would surmise that the board has already had and received heard from other providers, might be one other provider, I'm not sure. But what the state says is that's perfectly fine because you can have 2 providers or you can have 3 providers. Because the way the state set it up is they allocated $4 million or $8 million per county, but only $4 million can go to a provider. So in order to take advantage of the $8 million that's allocated to a county, 2 providers can apply, and one can get 4. It may not necessarily be $4 million again, maybe less than that, but each provider is broken up to where both may not be competing, but they have applications in that they can receive a grant if the scoring is well. What the partnership does, the partnership is based on scoring. If a county partners and the county decides to partner with a provider and put some of their ARP funds toward the partnership, there's a multiplier, the points. So you're scoring a lot better in the application so that to ensure that the county sits in a position that a provider can win an award. So as far as the GREAT grant, that's pretty much what we're looking at and we're asking from the county. The other thing is let me say this right quick. The state initially said any county that received $8 million or more, they wanted the county to at least consider $1 million of those ARP funds to go towards broadband. I live over in Robinson County, Virginia, and North Carolina. I would say, except for a couple counties, most of the counties I talk with, I speak with, they have so many other infrastructures that they could use that ARP money for. So why, as a company charter, why am I going to come to the county and ask you for $500,000 or $1 million when there's so many other things you can do to serve the community with infrastructure issues? So at charter, we decided what we would do. If they partner with us, we're going to flip pretty much most of the bill because we're talking about a really expensive bill when we get into it, the next slide. So at the end of the day, we in order to get points, the state doesn't care. The points doesn't matter. If you contribute $1 million, you contribute $50,000. You get the same amount of points. So why would I come forward, any board, and ask for a maximum amount of money when the board's going to look at me and say, well, what's charter going to do? Well, what charter is going to do? We're going to invest most of the capital to build all of this network if we're awarded the grant, and along with whatever state grant that we apply for. So all we're asking from the county commissioners is to consider some kind of commitment, because the state wants the counties to have some what they call skin in the game in order to get broadband deployed. So if you'll flip over to the next page, and to give you an idea. So we have 968 locations that we've identified in the county. And it's not locations we identified. These are locations the state says on the NC1 map are unserved areas based on 477 data and on their NC map. So again, just like the FCC determines what census blocks, the state is looking at the providers and saying the areas that we're showing as unserved because you can't serve any customer above 25 by 3. So if you look at the map, you see the dark blue they had in the art off, but the red dots, those areas are the identified areas all across the county. Now, a lot of the central part of the county there is our existing footprint that we currently serve, like Lombard, Gibson, and then a lot of the areas in the county. But those other rural areas that's unserved that nobody would really build because of the return on investment. That's where the Great Grant and the RDOF. So if you add the RDOF and the Great Grant, you're looking at 1,789 households that will be receiving broadband. And so that's the delivery that I wanted to make to the county. And what our commitment is in the applications due. This is sort of a last minute here, but understanding that the importance of broadband and asking the county, commits some type of ARP revenue to a partnership, whether it be a first provider partnership or second provider partnership. We're looking to partner with it in any way possible bring broadband. I can share with you back again. I don't know if there's a number that the county would even consider, but any dollar amount is fine with us. We're just looking for the commitment to get points. The county's commit is as low as $10,000-$15,000. It all depends upon what you choose to do with your ARP. That makes sense?
Ready for questions?
Yes.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tim.
Well, I was gonna ask about, how does this, because we have had a proposal from, AT&C Focus, I think they call it so now, and the map is probably exactly the same. How would y'all work that? How would you?
The state, what you do is what the state does. The state looks at the application, and the state all the time will look and determined that they even parse out areas. The state will look and say, okay, this is pretty much close to where your current footprint is. We'll apply. We'll give you a grant, but the grant is reduced by each one if it's the same map. It's reduced by amount based on the fact that they're going to parse out the county.
So they'll split it up.
You leave the work to the state,
Right.
and that's
They
and
don't
they're
have a
really,
footprint.
they're really good at it too.
But they don't have a footprint.
Focus.
No, they don't have a footprint, but so when it gets to when it gets to the point where it's competitive, they look at the scoring criteria too. And a lot of it's based on more of it may go to one provider than the other. The state has a mechanism by which they figure it out. I've seen counties that have 4 providers apply.
Does it, with a smaller county, like Scott, first, I think we are all committed to the expansion of broadband. I think we recognize that particularly through the pandemic, what an important aspect how important it was for us to do that.
Correct.
Would it to a smaller county's advantage to go with just one provider?
No, not really. Because again, because it's based on the cost and what the cost would be and what the commitment would be, the state may look at an application like we've done before in other great grants. They didn't allot us the entire coverage area. They parsed it out. They looked at the amount of revenues, because you have to remember, 99 counties are applying for a grant, and they're going to parse the money out. look at where the greatest needs are. And rural counties is the direct reason in the counties that they're gonna look at. They're not gonna look at Scotland County and say, oh, we have 2 providers here. This is gonna be tough. No, they're gonna work it out. The whole ordeal is to get broadband to the county. Because the one thing to do based upon what our existing service here, we're building everything fiber to the home. We're gonna be offering gig service pretty much like everyone else is, plus the additional services. But broadband, this is about broadband. So it does not hurt the county to partner with providers. And actually, what it does, it guarantees you that you're gonna get broadband. You're gonna get some broadband funds.
Carol.
I'm trying to remember everything that I learned at the strategy summit that the association sponsored for county commissioners. One of the things that was said was that counties, I'll repeat what you said, counties needed to set aside at least $1 million for support and commitment to a provider. I'm hearing something different from you, and I'm glad what I'm hearing. Yeah, because $1 million out of our 6 million would be a lot. And you've answered the question that Tim asked about multiple providers in one county and how that works. The Great Grant's been around a long time. It is not new. Do you have plans to apply for other grants to support what you're trying to do in Scotland County?
Absolutely. That's where the RDOF comes
Right.
into effect, all those addresses. Because if you look at that map, you can see they finger together. And then you add in our existing footprint where we've been doing business here for long, we're already established here. Then you add into all that, you begin to see how everything pieces together within that. Yeah, we have the RDOF. You have a second round of RDOF coming, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. The FCC is going to have a second round coming around. We're going to be a part of that. The entire, as you went to you, county commissioner and lead meetings, probably heard the governor say, at some point, every household's going to be served with broadband. Every governor's been saying that for a while, and we're just waiting for it to happen. You just don't throw dollars out there and hope it gets there. It takes providers getting there because counties are not going to get in the business of offering broadband.
Well, I think we would have been there sooner except for COVID, because this was a hot topic in
Absolutely.
2018 and 19 with the association and across the state. Are you already providing broadband in any counties that are close to Scotland County?
Yep.
Where?
Rob,
You have broadband
Moore,
and more. Okay.
Richmond,
Okay.
Hoke,
Very good.
those are all of your basic counties
Okay.
and right across the state line.
Okay. That's
South
good.
Carolina.
Yeah, because it means we're close to where you already are, and I get that logistically. Last night, we had a public forum for commissioners and officials that are running to be reelected. And the one question that came from the audience about broadband. And the first question was, how soon will we have it in Scotland County? I believe hopefully by 2024. I didn't promise that. I didn't put it in writing, but I said that I'm aiming for it. And the other question I couldn't adequately answer was why the counties and the cities do it. And I know we can't, but it was really hard to explain in 2 minutes why we couldn't. I just said we are prohibited from it, I think, by the Fed. I'm not
There's a lot of data out there for local governments that have tried to provide that service and got into the business.
it's a
And
business.
yeah, but they ended up selling or dissolving because it's a new investment to a county. We've been doing this since the beginning cable started. We know what it takes. It's capital. It's very capital intensive. It takes a lot of capital. A lot of capital, not only as a startup, but also to continue to operate it. And so it's a great thing, but at the end of the day, the return on the investment, most of the cities that are doing it, they're losing money. And the prime example is just right up in Charlotte. there's a couple towns, Cornelius, you can see their articles. Citizens are bashing them because most of their tax money is going into an investment into a system where, if we put it to you like this, my tax money is going into a system that I don't even subscribe to, but I'm yet paying for somebody else who's subscribing to the service. My taxes are going to. So,
Question. Compound question. If you had the money in hand, from Scotland County, approximately how long would it take to get broadband to these, all these residents? And would it be in ground or above ground?
that's a great question. A really great question. The largest operator in the United States. So we have access to contractors. We're finishing up Robeson County, which is right next door to you, and we're gonna be rolling into Scotland County because those contractors are flowing. Based on the fact, because we have RDOF. RDOF is a 5-year period that the government has given us, that you gotta build this, actually it was 7 years. Going by, so it's 5 years. You have 5 years to build it out. But when we looked at it, when we looked at the partnerships with the county, we're saying, listen, you partner with us and we leverage RDOF with the state grant. The state gives you 2 years to completely build it out. So but we build it as fast as we can because we're rolling in one county straight into another, contractors a year. So we leverage that and we build RDOF. We don't wait the 5 years. We build the RDOF and the great grant all together. So within a 2-year period. And the size of this building won't take 2 years.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
The spectrum is Charter going into counties that they currently have no presence.
We have 3 counties on in the Outer Banks area that we don't have.
That you're going to go to.
That's
And you need a response as far as this memorandum of agreement.
yeah.
By May 4th.
By May 4th. The submission date for the application is on May 4th. So the people from the county and MOU partnership, it'd be good to have it.
The commitment means some kind of financial commitment.
Financial commitment. And I let the county make that. Some counties say, no, you tell us. I don't want to give you a number. I can give you a number.
But whatever we commit will not affect what happens within our county.
It's based on points. If you give 500, you give $50,000. It's points are the same. There's
The reason I asked a question about the line in.
I did not answer that.
The reason I asked that, when I'm riding around and I'm seeing them working, I kind of want to know what they're doing, because I don't know. I see digging, and I see them, and which one would it be both?
It would be a combination, because when you get into the rural areas, if there's access to poles and we can get access through right of way and pole permits, whatever's the fastest is what we're gonna do. Aerial is a lot faster because you can just attach to pole, attach to pole. When you get to underground, you've got DOT right of way permits. And if it's just, but if it's a long span, what we don't want to do in farmland, listen, I live in Robeson, I live right over in Pembroke. You've got long spans and you're on a farm field and you hang a cable and it dips and a farmer's coming up there with his harvester and he ties wood. Not only you breaking fiber, but you'll bring poles down to kill power. So we look very closely at that. It's a combination of both.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Didn't mean to take as much time, but I wanted to be as thorough as I could get all the information you needed.
You will hear from us before May.
Thank you, sir.
And someday we may have to talk about broadband. That's why I'm reading.
That's true.
I do have a question I can ask this group. Persons like the Deer Crop already have their own provider.
Just stay with us just a second, if you don't mind, sir.
Okay, they have their own providers now. How will they be affected? Will that reduce their cost or will they leave that provider and go to spectrum of other providers? but some people are paying for, you know, broadband in their area, individually.
Yeah, you know, it all determines, because we're a provider. If you're getting grant money, you're not gonna have another provider overbuilding a current provider, because the state and federal government's not gonna allow it. They're not gonna give grant funds to where providers are preparing to serve.
Okay.
But if a
But they have to
provider
be certified
chooses,
fraudulent, right?
Huh?
So
Yeah.
for her example, and I'll say those up there is a provider up there that provides DSL or below, so it only counts. They won't overlap it if it's only if it's broadband, not.
if it's broadband, if they don't offer at least 25x3,
Right.
they're gonna fund to overbuild it. If that provider's not willing to invest money to upgrade build their system.
Well, and there was some question on that when the EMC came about the testing of those lines. They could test it, it'll show 500 or whatever, and it's, but, I mean, you know, you get it to the home and it's 5 megabytes.
Yeah, that's pretty much how DSL service works. The closer you are to a hub, the faster your speed's gonna, you get 4,000, 5,000 feet away, a mile. They advertise at 25x3, but you may only get 10.
But they'll test it at distances, it's
That's
not
correct.
based on their hub.
That's correct. And ours is 1,000 gigs. It doesn't matter if you're 50 miles away. It's gig.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tim had mentioned when we looked at the agenda to include something having to do with Parks and Rec, and Ryan is with us. Ryan, are you ready to move forward with that?
We also have one other presenter online.
Okay, sorry. Let's go to that bit.
This is a company that, I'll let her over to here in a second, but I've been working with emergency management and talking about setting up weather, an additional weather radar here, and they would attach it to one of the water towers that the county has, and thereafter provide us information from that. But I'll let her give the actual detail.
You'll introduce yourself and proceed.
Yes, absolutely. My name is Tara Good. Thank you to the commissioners for letting me join today and join remotely at that. I spend a lot of time in the field and on planes, so I really appreciate the flexibility to join virtually. I do have some slides. I don't know if you have them there or not, but I'm happy to share if you guys would like. I think I just have to have permission to share on GoTo.
You go
Would you guys
ahead.
like me to do that?
Yes.
Okay. It actually won't let me hit the share button. I think the
Hold on 1 second.
organizer has to
There you go.
enable. There we go. Okay, great. Oops, let me find there. Great. Okay, and then can you see that?
Yes.
Great. Okay. It's conversational, and I'll try to go as quickly as possible, but please feel free to stop me anytime to ask questions, comment, etc. So like you said at the beginning, let me make sure you guys are seeing the right screen. You're saying some, yep, municipal gap filling partnership, right? So as you mentioned at the beginning, we are a company, we're at our core. What we do is we fill gaps in traditional weather surveillance to help communities better prepare and respond to changing or volatile weather patterns. Go into kind of what that means, but really what we intend to do is fill low-level surveillance gaps. So we're fortunate in the United States, we have the gold standard of weather radar networks available to us. But what that do is it doesn't cover every low-level area between National Weather Service systems. The cost of infrastructure is very expensive. So while we have the government invested in building up those big radar systems that cover long range, high into the atmosphere, what we can do is come and kind of situate right. We work with communities who are kind of central in those gaps. And I'll show you a map in just a second that shows that North Carolina has quite a few of those, and you guys are central yourselves there. So quick introduction to the team. I apologize, Emily couldn't be here today. She is actually at a funeral. But myself and Emily are the core team here in the partnership area of Climate Vision. My background is in local government, working with people like yourselves and emergency managers. By virtue of that work, I was unfortunately exposed to a lot of natural disasters, probably the largest being an EF4 tornado that pretty much wiped our city off the map. And my job was to help clean that up. And that's what led me into the weather industry. And then Emily herself has also been in remote sensing. In her role, she is pretty much boots on the ground at all of our sites. We're about to actually turn on 2 radar systems in North Carolina, so we've been spending a lot of time there lately. But I always introduce the team because I want you guys to know that we're not a B2C business. We're not a cell provider or anything like that. Our core work is weather information and weather data. So if you ever needed to talk to one of us, this is who you would get. So we recognize that we're asking to put some infrastructure on your property, and you want to be able to get in touch with us if you ever had a problem. So that's who you would get. A little bit of the science behind those low-level gaps that I mentioned earlier. Like I said, the NetRad is composed of S-band radars. These are perfect for long-range forecasting, long-range. That shows you all of those low-level gaps across the United States. There's about 250 if you're in Alaska as well. And so we are literally placing a radar in every one of those spots. One of our radars covers about 60 miles. And we're focused on the southeast just because of what you all have been experiencing over the past several years, just very volatile weather. We were spun out of a weather company, which I'll show you in just a minute. So we have pretty long legacy of this kind of work. We've just changed it now to serve in a partnership capacity with communities. Gives you a little bit of bust, again, why we were here. I'm sitting in Louisville, Kentucky right now. That's where we're based. And we also had a disaster last December, which is on track to be the costliest tornado outbreak in history. We're looking at a $3 billion expense. And some of that area actually was impacted pretty dramatically, Gap area, actually to the west in Arkansas. And you guys know the cost of these disasters can be absolutely debilitating. That chart right there shows you the frequency and the increasing cost of those events. So we want to help give more time to prepare and be ready for those before they, that you can at least get as many people, assets, and property and out of the way as quickly as possible. So what are weather gaps? Like I said, these are areas that happen in the low level. It is a known problem. It's something that meteorologists, governments have been talking about, trying to figure out how to solve them. Again, it really just comes down to money. One piece of weather infrastructure like the S-band that the NextRad uses is over $2 million, and that doesn't include the capital expense. So you can imagine if you had to go pop 2 to 250 of these smaller radars in all of those gaps, it would add up pretty quickly. So governments are leaning, or the government is leaning on private industry to help resolve that problem. We are very focused on North Carolina at the moment because if you do a quick Google search of weather gaps, North Carolina is going to probably be the first state that you see as a prominence of the gaps, which I'll show you on this next map. So we've highlighted your area there. We do kind of call this the Charlotte Region Gap just because it is the nation's largest weather gap. It's the most populated weather gap. It's going to take 3 radars to really fill that area. The North Carolina 26 dot that you see there is up in High Point, and that radar will turn on very soon. The North Carolina 25 is going to be situated in Lincoln County, and those 2 will actually turn on pretty close to each other. And then we're talking to you guys today about the one that would be located in Scotland County. And then we're also working with Washington County on a site over on the coast. So with all the luck or all of the fortune that we could get, we hope to have all of North Carolina closed by end of next year, and a large majority of it closed 2022. A little bit more of the science. I won't dig into this too much, but like I said, we filled both of these gaps. One is the low level, where a lot of that volatile weather happens about 3,000 feet and below in the atmosphere. And this is where a lot of times the tornado, wind, flash flooding. I use an example just because it's really recent of a partner we're working with in Tennessee. They were forecasted, because they're in a gap, they were forecasted to have about 3 inches of rain come their way. They actually got 21 inches of rain. So something they'd literally coming, they were not prepared for. They did have loss of life. And of course, they had lots of damage to property. So our ability to now place this radar and give visibility into that event will not only help local PMA there in the county, but it's also, by virtue of filling it, going to help the National Weather Service and the forecasting offices that are supporting and issuing warnings against the weather activity in the area. This will not only fill a block for the county, but it will fill a blind spot for the National. And I'll touch more on that relationship in just a second. It's going to play well sometimes remotely. It's a thing here. This just shows you the technology. The image to the left is what we call the Ranger X5. It's our X-band radar. Again, smaller, kind of more compact application. The resolution is 10 times S-band, and it's because it's filling a smaller area. See the NexRad S-band system that was. And this radar, because it was located right in the gap, if I play this one more time, you may be able to make out a little tornado hook that spins up over the center of the screen. This was actually able to help them provide an advance warning to the population to get them out of harm's way. And just actually since that whole area has experienced over 100 tornadoes this year. So definitely some life-saving application there beyond even just the property. So this gives you a picture of the radar itself. So we do typically work on water tanks. That's what we've been talking with Robert about there in Scotland County. We have identified a tank. In this particular configuration, it had a cabinet on top of it. That was a media sponsored that one. It was an earlier model. We would not put the cabinet on top of the tank. We put those down on the ground now, just because it's actually just much easier for maintenance. Computers are housed in that cabinet. It is weatherproof, so we can put our own there on the site. Some partners prefer that they pop it into a building that's already there. It's actually a little 19-inch rack. So it can slide out of that weatherproof cabinet and into a building, depending on the preference of the partner. The image to the top is the radar itself. It's about 5 feet tall. In radar world, that's pretty small, or at least in weather radar world. And the dish is 8 foot. It sits inside of a 12-foot radome, which is that little ball. And then there's a platform that sits on top of the tank. So the only 4 pieces that make contact with the tank are the 4-footers. We do use a Nelson stud mounting technique so that we don't have to go inside of the tank. A pretty non-invasive installation. The tanks are high, they're elevated. The radar can pretty much do what it needs to do 24/7. Operate. That's where you're going to get the best weather service. But we can look at other options. It doesn't have to be a water tank. But we do think you had a great one area. But we'll also look at hospitals, schools. Sometimes one in Texas is actually on a hospital. So we have some flexibility with the location as long as it's high enough up in the air that we're clearing any trees or other buildings. The installation is about 2 to 3 weeks. We just add a little buffer there. We assemble everything on the ground and then we lift it by crane and put it on top of the tank. Our install, and then we also issue that certificate of warranty to the partner we're working with. We coordinate all the civil works in conjunction with the team there, and then we provide a structural analysis before we ever place the radar on the tank. We would never put anything up there if an analysis said, hey, that can't support that piece of equipment. So we make sure we do that due diligence beforehand. And then finally, probably the most important piece is it's a no-cost project. So we do not charge the county for anything. We do monetize our data for other industries such as energy, transportation, logistics. They buy long-range and long-term models, forecasts, things like that. Because they front the cost of that infrastructure, we're able to turn around and do public good with the system itself, with the communities that we work in. So we obviously have to fund it somehow, but we never ask the partner for any kind of funding related to that. Like I said, we own, operate, and maintain all liability on the equipment. And then we're licensed by the FCC. So we get a lot of questions about, is your equipment going to interfere with what we have on our tank already, such as an automated meter reader or maybe some emergency comms equipment? Because we're operating at a really high frequency, it doesn't interfere. And then we have that added layer of scrutiny by the FCC just to essentially triple check everything before the radar goes live. These are the installation partners that I mentioned. So Enterprise Electronics Corporation, very reputable weather radar manufacturer, and really the global leader. There are only a handful of these. They did launch the first ever National Weather Service network, and since then they've been deploying systems in over 95 countries. And pretty much any kind of install you can think of, they've done. So we've always kind of joked that our installation is child's play for them when they're doing helicopter lifts in Antarctica. They oversee the install and the testing of the system with us. And then Pittsburgh Tank and Tower Group is a Kentucky-based water tank manufacturer and maintenance provider. And so they'll oversee the install on top of the tank as well, just to make sure that the integrity of the tank is sound. And then they'll also do an annual tank inspection if preferred. Some partners like that already have a provider like a Suez or Youth Services that they work with, but we're happy to do it as well at no cost as part of that installation. This is kind of the typical journey. We've been through, like I said, maybe step one here, which is working together to select what is the best site. And a lot of time these targets can move just depending on how the county or the city work. So we're kind of like skipping a step and going to commission approval, which I always think is good. We you guys to feel comfortable about it before we go much further. We finalize a lease. It's a no-cost lease where we outline our data commitments to you all, and then of course our requirements for insurance, etc. And then it just gives us access to the site, your drawings. Right now we're looking to install, probably it would be the beginning portion of 2023. That's what our manufacturing and install is looking like. We always have these in production, and so we're always kind of slating them just depending on how partners are moving. And we can be flexible in that too. I mean, if there are weather considerations that we need to be careful of, we can put it into this if that works better. And then certainly ribbon cutting and really share it with your community. It can be a really cool show. It is a kind of neat piece of equipment. It's not something that every community is going to get. So definitely want to help you share that good news if you like. And then we can also help and would sit with your EMA and your public works and whoever else in the community that you wanted from a government perspective to have that data. It's very easily accessible. It's easily consumable. And we can help you guys understand and train how to use it in like daily operations with public safety and public works and then EMA as well. So that's kind of the gist of it. And I will stop there with questions, concerns, anything that comes to mind. Happy to answer.
Okay. Any board member have any questions?
Which tower is it talking about? Which water tower?
This was the one, I want to say it was over Wagram is the building that's nearby. I think it was a textile or maybe a paper factory.
Yeah. Cascades.
Cascades, that's it. I'm sorry.
And did I, and there's no cost to us?
Correct.
For the, and they don't
No.
pay anything in order for the opportunity to do that either.
They would give us access to the weather data.
Okay, to the data, okay. And do we have anything else? What else do we have on that water tower?
We have nothing on that tower. That tower, we actually do need to do a inspection for, and we're working on a project where we would actually wind up, hopefully by the end of this year, taking that tower offline temporarily for some reconnections. But it's only used for fire suppression for Cascade right now also. But that tower will be repainted at some point in time here.
Will it affect, they're using it, that won't affect their using it, right?
I don't know about the,
It'd probably be. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I don't know if repainting would impact them or not.
Is that the most?
It doesn't, we can easily cover it, some have had to do that. One thing that I think if I remember, Kevin, we talked about, we could also have, our partner could do that inspection that you mentioned, and then we were also gonna talk to them about, ability, for helping with the blasting or something like that before the installation.
And I think I heard this was in some conversation with emergency management. Do they know that we're doing this? Do they?
Yeah, they started a conversation with emergency management, and then Robert brought this to me.
And they are in favor of this.
He was in full endorsement of this.
The reason I asked that question, she said this would be set up by 2024, right?
23.
She
Be
said
done in
2020. And I was wondering, you said about paint, I was wondering how soon you gonna be able to get it, finished before they set that up. That's what I said.
We can be very flexible. It's probably in the best interest to do the painting first, even though, I mean, if we put it on there and you had to do that later, it would be fine and easy to cover. It's a pretty minimal contact at the top, but just from an ease of the person doing that painting work, it could probably be done before that. And we could just move our installation based on, sometimes the summer season can be tough to install in, especially in the southeast, just because weather just gets windy. But we can, monitor that and move the install based on what works best for the site.
Mr. Pat, do you have any reservations in us going forward with this?
I don't have any.
Yeah, well, I thought we were connected with the dollar analysis.
There is, but what they're talking about is we're in the coverage of the larger radar, but that goes up, just because of the distance, it covers up higher. It covers up a mile up in the air above us, which is
Yeah.
still gonna give us for
6,000 to
thunderstorms, but
7,000.
this is 1,000 feet level, which gives us a lot more detail.
It's going to tell us if we've got tornadoes on the ground.
Yes.
Exactly. Yep.
And it may be something when you're watching the Weather Channel or, during the summer, it's the difference of, hold on, we see some circulation in this cloud, so we're watching this versus, hold on, here's a clear potential.
Kind of like the Weather
Yeah.
Channel gives us the big picture.
Yes.
We still have the best other in the whole United States, I believe, in this area.
This only enhances that.
Well, I'll make the motion that we
Yeah.
partner with Climate Vision on this project, pending our county attorney's review of all the paperwork, of course. He's not here today.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner McCall. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Yeah. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Have a great rest of the day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jim, you had an item you wanted to add to the agenda, and I assume that we will hear from Brian Graham.
I'll yield that time to Mr. Gray.
I'll come over here and camera view again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll be fairly brief. Over the past several months, mainly as a certified playground safety instructor within our department. For the past several months, we've had concerns out at Scotland Yard, which a lot of people know as Dragon Park, regarding, the safety of that structure out there. You know, obviously, everything out there is built with treated lumber. Those types of playgrounds are not built anymore, you know, these days. And our concern within the department, obviously, is safety. You know, that's the most facility for children in Scotland County, you know, in terms of outdoor play. So we, like, you know, over the past few months, we've discussed this with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, knowing that this would be a large expenditure in the department. We knew we would have to get creative, but then the art funds just kind of came up. And I know you guys have been hit from so many different directions regarding this funding source. But I do know the usage at this facility is not going down anytime soon. You know, people love Scotland Yard. It's near and dear to the community. I know it's a community build. It was first built, so there's a lot of sentimental value there and a lot of value there, you know, from the citizens of the county. But knowing that, your safeties are concerned. And I feel like this is a great opportunity to present something to the advisory board in terms of a similar structure, a similar playground. I sent this to Mr. Patterson as well and a couple of you county commissioners. Now, there's a very similar playground buildup. It's made out of composite wood. It's not made out of, you know, obviously treated lumber. And knowing that this is a staple in Scotland County, if we did something similar, we would want to keep the same look because it's a unique park. It's a unique feature. And you know, we had the opportunity to work with a company to design a park very similar in structure, makeup, but just different material. It's a safer product. And you know, we felt like coming to you guys with a request for funding is a benefit in multiple ways. And I say this because I want to expand on it. This facility or this feature, if a playground installer was to come in and install it, it's over $600,000. We did a community build, it's $286. All right, knowing that park was built prior to from a community build, we felt like that's the best option. But you know, if you were to approve these funds, there is a grant out there called PARF. You know, it's the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. They've actually been in touch with me over the past 2 years and said, why haven't you guys been applying? You know, but we're waiting for the right opportunity. So we feel like if you would allocate the $286 to $300,000 for this community build in a year or so, then you have the opportunity to take that money and get a match from PARF to potentially upgrade something like the splash pad. Because the splash pad is in about its 15th year of existence. You know, those things are generally built to last about 10 years. You know, and we're beyond that life expectancy. Some of the features over there are breaking down. I mean, we do maintenance on it every year, but we feel like this is a perfect opportunity to allocate some of these funds in the form of around approximately $1,000, so and I'm fairly certain that we can get a match on that for $600,000 to pour into the community. That's not tax dollars, that we can really expand Scotland Yard as well as the splash pad and have a brand new, pretty much upgraded facility over there with zero tax dollars invested. You know, again, my initial request is for the $300,000. You know, for us to do a community build. Now, this playground is completely ADA compliant, meaning that a child in a wheelchair can go, they can play with us, and these kids deserve it. You know, just because of physical disabilities doesn't mean that you shouldn't have the opportunity to play with other kids in the same setting. So, you know, this is a win across many avenues. I'm certain that we can get funds to match whatever you guys could allocate towards potentially upgrading Scotland Yard. Now, I do know that that's a very, it's going to be almost like some of the other topics we've dealt with over the past couple of years in Parks and Recreation. It's going to, because the community, you know, put a lot of sweat equity into putting those posts down into the ground and upgrading Scotland Yard. But we feel like this feature, it doesn't take any of those aesthetics away. It looks a lot the rendering that we have look like what Scotland Yard looks like now, a lot of the same features. But we feel like this composite component lasts a lot longer. So I feel like this is a perfect time to mention it to you, to know that we can expand on these funds and get grant funding to match to upgrade other facilities in the county.
How long do you think, what's the limit on this particular, Dragon Park? You feel that, you think it's unsafe now, or it will be, if something is happening to it through the years, it's gonna be worse in another?
I think there's certain components of it that are hazardous now. I mean, obviously, buildings and grounds does updates to it on a regular basis with wood breaks and kids play hard. Jeff Maley does a lot of upgrades to the playground as well, but it's some of the taller structures that kind of worry me because of the base of them. It's down in the ground, it's down in concrete.
There's some things that's been removed.
Yeah.
Because we had an accident out there.
They were too far from being repaired.
Yeah.
And, you know, treated wood is supposed to last a long lifetime, but we all know that doesn't happen.
Have we had an accident out there? So to what extent?
No, we haven't. We haven't had any. Nothing reported to us.
Where would you build the new one? Would you take this one down and build it on the same spot?
Same spot.
Would you replace the, ground cover with something else?
That's approximately $140,000 more if we did the pour in place. I mean, that would be the desired outcome. If
That is the option.
Yeah.
Because I don't think, what's the age of Dragon Park? Isn't it 30 years?
I don't know. I was trying to look it up on my phone as I sat over there.
Somebody help me. I mean, I remember,
It's been at least-
Not quite 30,
It's been a long.
quite, almost, getting close, that's for sure.
it's getting close, because I remember when it was being built, my children had just gotten past the age of where they would use it. They're in their 40s. So I'm thinking it's
It's
approaching
close.
30 years. I can remember.
I helped build it, so I don't know who else built it. The company came from New York.
You're offering your skills for.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
That's pretty good, that's pretty
So
good.
I was trying to get a timeline, I can't remember.
Well, no, but
Brian, I will share that, probably the only one here that has have children young enough to use it. Dragon Park is just loved by
it is.
all. I mean,
It is.
some days I take my kids in there, they can't play because it's so many kids there. I mean, it really is. And I do see the need, I mean, from even being out there. I am even greater interested in your conversation about the splash pad, because we don't have any other aquatics here but that area. And I do think that we need to grow that if we can. But I also want to add to that conversation, and this is totally separate, but I do want to add it, that I would love to hear what our thoughts, plans down the road are, and not in this money. Market Park has been brought to my attention a number of times, just about some upgrades. We've done some in Washington Park, and then I hear Ms. McCall going to mention Gibson as well. So when I hear $286,000 at Dragon Park, I can only know that people from Gibson and in the Market Park community are going to say, what about us? And I'm not saying pull away from that, because again, I know Dragon Park is just, but I don't want to throw that.
I'll add to that. This is a perfect opportunity for us to, it doesn't have to be 286, 350 and say, because part of it matches up to $500,000. So there is an opportunity for those funds to be matched. Again, expand those opportunities in other areas of the county.
I have a question for Kelvin. Our representative Pierce came here and said that he thought it was some money. And, we talked several times about it. Some saying maybe something that the state can come up with, help us with. Because if he says there may be, he's very conservative, you know that. You said maybe some money, there's probably quite a bit of money. And Hope County gonna get that money and they get a chance. So,
Ms. Golston, Hope County has already met in Wilder about that money. I'm just saying, they've already started on, so yeah, we need to jump on that.
Brian, let me ask you this question. The people that supervise this one, you build it in one day. Do you know if this will just team. And, we built it in one day. It made you a professional. It was just amazing how it was done. Do you know if they or someone like that still exists?
As far as a community, from the community build,
They came through, they built from, we went up and checked the one in Moore County. That's how we got involved. It cost us $20,000 because we provided all the labor. They just provided the expertise. All we had to do was take this piece of lumber over to this person. That person will saw it perfectly. And if we just put it together, all rookies. And my point is, I think they had graduated from Harvard. Have you been over there?
MIT or somewhere.
But anyway, something like that still exists today.
yeah, so they do send an expert out to kind of guide and point.
Yeah, I'm saying, are you saying the community would build this?
Yes.
Oh,
It
okay.
builds it under the guidance of.
Yes, okay.
I mean, physically built.
That's what drops the price.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That could, and do they do it on a day now on that side?
No, I don't think that day, this is probably,
Well, this one, you know, when it's a piece of lumber, we did it every,
Kind of like a barn building.
Material probably so different today.
Well, even that type of wood, that composite that he's talking about, you do have to-
well, the same saw, they have, the blade would cut.
but it's less forgiving on errors.
Well, this year made no mistakes, we threw nothing.
Yeah.
well, this is all pre-cut, you know, they're gonna send it out, it's gonna be labeled, and we're taking
Oh,
out
okay,
pieces,
yeah.
it's already
Okay.
measured and
Yeah,
sized.
that's the way it was.
So you don't waste it.
You don't waste nothing.
Do we have anything in Scotland County that's built material presently?
We don't.
Because I know I guess the newest equipment we have in the county is at Hammond Park. Is that correct?
With JC this year.
And JC this year, so it wouldn't be similar to that.
No, that's metal.
Yeah, so I know.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a composite
So it'll,
wood.
actually, if somebody didn't know, they would think it was still the original stuff.
Yeah, because it's
Gonna look
so
so
similar.
Uh-huh.
You know, the footprint is
yeah.
basically the same.
I've seen that composite wood. It's like what a lot of people are using to build decks.
Right.
Well, I can tell you, Beard Lake Tiller House is built out of it, and it's 25 years old now. And the only thing you can tell about it is just a little bit of fade.
Where's that?
And it's on Peter,
Yeah.
and water in it, so it's sun on it all
I
the
know
time.
exactly the
So
material you're
it
talking about.
doesn't rot, it doesn't, you know,
It's
whatever
plastic.
you do it, yeah, I don't
It's a
even know
plastic
what
bag.
some kind of plastic.
Yeah.
But it's just a tiny bit of fading over 20 plus years, is all there to change.
Is the design the same? Is the design, are we gonna have a different design?
Not furniture.
There's different components to it because the concept that we have now is ADA compliant, meaning that wheelchairs can go up onto a ramp. You know, there's different levels. Right now, out there, you have to pretty much climb up a set of stairs to go up the level. So the design's more kind of cutting edge based off of today's standards and a little more friendly, you know, for everyone to play rather than someone with the ability to climb. But it's similar. The colors are the same. You know, it's very similar.
Mr. Graham, I know you had like, I think Pilot Club or somebody just donated something. Could those items be?
Yeah, we would keep that piece because, you know, the colors fit and it's ADA accessible as well.
So you're saying that we can't go in present condition and upgrade the safety of it, rather invest $300,000 in a new one? I mean, it's nothing that we can go in and do to repair the current situation that will make it safer up to date.
Well, I think you can. I mean, obviously you can go in and change out some 4x4s with 6x6 treated posts. I mean, that's always an option. And that's something that you're gonna have to continue to do on a yearly basis, pretty much on a monthly basis now. You know, we inspect that every month and every month something's broken. You know, so, I mean, it is an option to go in there and update everything, but you're never gonna really cure the real issue because that wood's gonna continue to deteriorate and break down.
It's not that I'm not supporting it, I'm just saying that I just want to know that
Yeah.
possibly.
What's your need for us? What's your need for us?
I mean, to get $300,000 of art funding and let me get a match from, with, part of funds, part of the grant is due May the 2nd, and there's no way possible for me to get that grant in between now and then. So I would say next year, we earmark X dollars from art for me to take to, if this money in hand, let's go ahead and double it.
I'm wondering if we could ask for a part. The city has also gotten art funds. They're committing, and this is just sort of what I've heard from council members, the majority of their money is gonna go to infrastructure and wastewater drainage, which they need greatly. But I'm just wondering, since it impacts the 35,000 citizens, I don't know how many children, this couldn't be something that the city could participate in as well. That's a comment for the 7 of us, not necessarily to you, Brian, going forward. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just leave that out there for us to think about.
Well, man, I know every elementary school stops by there. There'll be school buses from Scott, Marlboro, Richmond, Robinson County, probably one a week for the next 6 weeks, I think, until school's out.
And to Commissioner BJ Gibson's point, there are some of us who have grandchildren. It's been,
Oh, yeah.
when they come to town, that's where they want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
my
what I want,
grandchildren have used it
It's low.
14 years. Mhm.
Well, I'm certainly moved that we upgrade the park, but also explore, getting some assistance from the city. If not, I think we still should, because, it's just time to upgrade it, in my opinion.
I don't think we need to wait on the city. The city gonna.
I don't think we need to wait. I agree.
I'm not saying the city, I understand that the city had already committed all their.
I said we should have.
Pretty much.
My motion would be that we ask them to participate, and if not, we do it.
So
We don't
put
tell them that.
Put a dollar amount on that logo.
The 300,000.
I second the motion.
Using that from our fund, I'm sorry, I don't. mean
Yes.
Words that you.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
My only comment, I mean, I support it, but my little brain's going like a cash register, and I'm anxious to see up here all of the commitments that we've made and how close we're getting to the 6.45 million that we have coming to us. But I support the motion, but I think we've got other requests in front.
Yeah, the art money or tax money or whatever, is gonna have to be done and done pretty soon. It's
Well,
not-
I laugh.
So,
But see, some of that money, see, you talking about match. So we money gonna be matched to it anyway.
Yeah, I'm very positive
Oh, I know you are.
that 300 is gonna turn to 6.
so you got another week to get the grant in.
Concern is, similar to Carol, is that this money is supposed to, this 6 million going to be spread out among 3 years, right, Kevin? And I like to know, how much, we want to save some of it for the next 2 years. So I don't want to spend all this money and not have nothing left to go on the next 2 years. This is what we're saying. We want this project. We think this is necessary. It's good, but we want to keep track of the amount we need to carry on after after this year is gone. You understand what I'm saying?
What's our total right now? Unencumbered or unspent?
Unencumbered, unspent, we have, just over $2 million minus this, so this will take us, right at 1.9 to 2 million.
Very good.
Now, are you including the cost of project for the increase in the water system through the county that has been requested for North Turnpike? Is that include, that was $750,000?
I have 750,000 total for the water system for expansions. So, but that doesn't everything in there, but I do have 750,000 in there for that. And I have 500,000 set aside for broadband.
How much?
500,000. And that's just
And that's coming out of that before you do, that's before you say the 2 million, right? I mean, in other words, that 2 million that's left is before or after those commitments.
That's what I'm
Yes.
hearing.
That's what I heard.
And also, this is something that, just with the park and use, and it's the very heavy use, this is something that we've been continually having discussion about with, the Dragon Park, that we are going to start needing to make a lot more significant repairs where we're replacing individual pieces of it. You know, versus the whole thing. So it's getting to the point in time where we would need to have a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 repair line item for Dragon Park over the next, annually for the next several years anyway. And also one thing about it, because you mentioned that you know, there are aspects of it that are not safe. Part of that was also in the design. When it was built, park standards were here and it meant everything. Now, park standards are a whole lot higher, a whole lot stricter. The park was never designed to park standards that were developed 20 years later.
Well, I don't think anybody, you know, he said $500,000 for broadband, and I don't think anybody here would commit that based on what we've heard and said today. And so even if now, in our mind, we could reduce that by the $300,000 and actually not be, it's still too much. But that, so we're not committing anything that we don't, you know.
Still leaves us with 2 million.
Right. Well, it still leaves us at the 2
And
million.
I'm very liberal when you don't have to raise taxes to do it. So we don't have to raise taxes to do it. It should be pretty easy for us to do it.
Well, we have a motion and we have a second. And I am in favor of this, okay? But I think we have planned a conversation on the art funds, and that's what this is coming out of. So can we table this vote and we get to that part of the program?
I'm okay with it. He made the motion though.
Okay.
Sure, I'm good with that.
I think that's wise.
And we will take it up today.
Oh, yeah, there's a
We
motion.
will have that
and we have
conversation
to-
at the end of this meeting.
Yeah, we have to act on this motion.
Yeah,
But I'm
well,
fine with waiting.
we will delay action on motion until we get to that part of this
So we're good
program.
with Brian today.
Yeah, I like
I like it.
the proposal, but I like thinking
That's
big.
what I'm telling you.
I'd rather see $300,000 in $1 million lawsuit.
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And, okay, you good?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we only made the motion because Brian wasn't sitting down until we did something.
Well, no, I'm getting somebody made a motion because he kept going up. I was gonna move that we do 150 and probably again, it's 300, that's a good part. I think that's a good use of those funds. We'll take that.
Be clear about my, plan. Yes, sir. This is a joke.
Okay, I think lunch is here. Let's take a 30-minute recess. And, yeah, well, it's about 1:45. But I think people need a break. We've been here for 2 hours. People don't need to go to the restroom. I would rather than taking a break and come back for 10 minutes and eat. Let's just go ahead and take care of it.
Remember the camera, well, I put the cover of the camera because the microphone's still on.
Okay, microphone's on.
I don't know. Microphone's on. Microphone's on. Microphone.
Can we not?
But he's got it covered.
He had an apartment.
That ain't good enough.
Yeah, they look February.
Got it back on?
Yeah, I don't know if I know.
Well, think about it.
Limp a little bit.
Oh, my God.
Oh, nah. A young man can get in.
Kevin, I made a statement last night, and I'm not sure I was. Didn't the state overall have $1 billion allocated for problems?
Hey, Blue Eyes, go away. Your birthday.
Between Drake. Great for the state.
They have a great dream, now they're putting more, now they're. Money along with some grades.
I mean, not being smart, they're just money hungry. And it would have happened 2 years ago. We didn't have COVID.
Tell you why,
The article's still going on, but.
Well, you're right. I hate to think that, so I'm just gonna put that up there. But you're right. We wouldn't have a lot of things. I know, okay. Oh, what'd you think of last night? It was good. Oh, yeah. There should be more relationships. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but you go to. I was satisfied with it.
Kevin, do you remember how much?
She's done.
I'm glad it didn't come to me. I don't want to look at it today.
I didn't figure out what she needs.
We have one. Yeah, I love it. And then you come to
They call it something out. They say it's we found a bus.
Food's ready.
Years ago, 30 months ago, and even though it was bottom up, now it's top down.
Well, they can't.
We got it.
And that's why we.
But I don't think we can decide.
It's too much. It's not. And it gets people hooked up and they have to come back.
This goes. You was your.
Need more.
Okay.
I thought I have a long one.
So y'all had the party later.
Yeah, my daughter didn't go.
Yeah, I saw that.
But I don't think she has a grasp on what makes it.
They're waiting to use this sketch, but while it's, I'm not sure they're using it.
I don't know that they know.
That's what I'm saying, so I was wondering if you could announce first. I'll go back and announce it again in my church. So you're not really getting. Yeah, they're not.
Claire's gonna be the.
Yeah, Clarence.
If Claire show up, they'll pack
Because
the
the last time.
Oh, no.
This is the last
Is she living?
Now, he's. Oh, my God, what happened? We still get you.
They have found something else to do with it.
And it's on Facebook. So
But if we can because I wanted to keep going away. It's a rural area. I don't want people to be able to get longer without having to pay somebody.
I got you. Yes, ma'am.
So that's one thing about it, for the first month, they only have one person who rides that bus.
So take time.
Yeah. I'm here, so you are, hey, I'm going, you wanna go with me?
No.
And, you know.
And then the word gets passed. I was late getting to the forum last night, but one of the conversations I think was, people standing outside, they didn't know sketch was on this open.
When you leave,
Okay,
I'm
I've got
like,
all
where you
that
going?
I'm all right now. They ain't calling yet. At least got back off vacation.
I saw him, I saw pictures, I said, look at him. I looked for you, I spoke maybe to you.
No, I see, I had planned to go with them. We planned, she got down the beach the whole week. We were gonna leave Monday afternoon.
Yeah, I'm good.
I had one Sunday night. Sunday night and Monday. I said, I can't. This come out. I said, this is easy for you to say. But these people want to. Next day, the girl, she died on Sunday. Her husband came in. I said, well, you talk Saturday. I said, well, if I can go do this.
My brother is so.
Yeah.
We were big, and we were on Thursday, Wednesday. I came back Friday, I preached some kids that knew that I could tell my boy.
The guy told me he needs 6. I'm looking at me, I said, well, you need 6.
When I thought was his wife.
Got him all this stuff.
That'll work. Thank you, sir.
Reverend Gibbs.
Yes, good.
Then I nominated. Quit.
Well, I know your wife is a whole lot worse than mine. I know that, okay, we're going to the beach for a
Okay,
week.
I guess I had a wrong face to it.
We're
So, do,
We-
Okay, all right.
That goes, comes up the second one. My family was down at the beach. I took them down there Sunday. Got the camper set up. I came back Sunday night because I had to work Monday. Wound up driving back down there Monday afternoon, picking up a kid to bring them back. Driving back down there Wednesday afternoon, we come back. Because it's 40 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So I got to go down there long enough to set up the camper and long enough to bring the camper back.
And on this, I was in dog home. We got the dog. And I said, you can't sit in the house the whole week by yourself. And then I was gonna take my brother. Take that shop.
take all the language, but none that gives us.
But see, Hazel take the dog home. And, like I said, Hazel 92 and I ain't kind of put a whole lot on her. But that dog, I dog been.
But I don't want you to miss them.
You don't want to miss any of the wisdom that comes from us.
Right, okay.
If we say something brilliant, we want to make sure he gets it.
That's right.
That's why.
I'm sorry, when?
He'll run and try to prove to us that, hey, I'm still in shape on it. I'm still in shape. Run on the hall 2 or 3 times. And then sometime I'll do something good and then stop, then jerk again. And a few minutes later, you see him over there.
I know that you get your hand on.
He did. I told Lisa if anything happens, I'm gonna involve him. I'm gonna involve him. The basketball, he has a system just like an adult system, but all. But,
What kind
he, my brother gave him to us, he said he had at least 70 years.
How long y'all have?
And he had him at CC 60. We had him, about at least 13 years. So I say about 20, 21, but he won't, they got him, when from the shelter, but somebody turned it on, and, getting ready to put him on the,
They say you can sign this. For this. Okay. And said unless you want her to, so. And I've got some form that you need to sign through for the health department. Okay.
Yesterday, we did a remote Monday night. The family or. You get everybody in the house there, so it was great. Firehouse.
Have you traveled anywhere?
No, but I'm, wait a minute. Going to New York, yeah, well, I'm saying.
I'm going to July. I told my daughter going with me, airline. You know, my daughter's going to New York.
Okay.
I'm your daughter.
Yeah, I'm going.
I would say
Then I'm going back.
I hear you saying you brought us firehouse, such a whole.
You know, I went to Baltimore, was the first place I've been in a long time. I went to Baltimore after you.
Well, I've not been there yet. I understand they're good.
My time too.
that was the one I was gonna
I'll share, but I think there's more in there. Kids use it. I don't like this. It's not any quick. That's all I am.
That'll work, thank you.
You're good, sure?
I'm fine. I don't care.
You put it on top of me. Turn it over. Oh, I can do that. Turn it over. And that'll work. That'll work. Yeah.
I had sanitizer, but I forgot.
Except 2 o'clock, I would be good. Jason, did you say that's still on?
The microphone is. I can cover this up. I can't do that.
The sheriff, former sheriff, he's out. 2 o'clock. I didn't follow what he's called.
Here's waiting on that.
So, yeah, he's a little better than I am. Let me see.
Is that the same ground as we had before, because
Do what?
are those the same grounds we had before? It was so good.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, they are.
But I think the challenge is, of course, the money, right? Even with as much as the licensing and prohibition, the money is the big thing about it. So
John, you have trouble. My daughter says the trigger finger, it goes over. And you can't just push it, take your finger. You don't have that problem.
Trigger finger, I've had it on both hands, I've had it out surgery.
Really? I tell you, my hands are giving me a feel right
Release
now.
it, but just a simple surgery, but for it to release, you have to have it cleaned out.
Really? Amazing.
You get where it'll come down, it'll hurt when you pop it back.
Yeah. Yeah, at first it didn't start hurting, now it hurts me when I
The
put it back.
calcium build.
Yeah. I tell you, old age is not for the youngsters. Jason, mind giving a knife before?
Y'all got pork, right?
That didn't kill. Yeah, I am with this, I think it's here.
Plain?
Yeah, plain, yeah. You. Where you go when you live in, where you go to New York? You have family in New York when you start from South City?
I got a place on 42nd Street. We just stay there. It's cheaper than to come down and do it. Go by. If I don't go up 2 or 3 days out there, there's a place in Connecticut for minor those you can always come out and see.
My daughter said, and then has some people that are probably working out in fact, after she's been on.
Song, but we didn't talk no. I would say about 75, 80 people. Cause who was daughter, we had a birthday party for the child. Oh, it was, you know, they had, we had parks down at my Felicia house and walk.
Next one is gonna be what?
6, 9, and 11:30.
Okay.
You there?
Good thing, but once you get, about to have a new visa. Actually, not to.
7. The South Bank. It's called Elegant. Elegant Perfected
Otherwise, I know.
Styles, LLC.
But
But they're hard.
Yeah, okay.
I hope.
Yeah, be behind.
Heard a lot of hair places been opened up here lately.
Yeah.
When you sign up for the registration for call,
Which one? The
annual
the
conference.
NCACC conference? Only thing I've seen is in the thing that they said it would be coming out in early May. So,
I am gonna plan to go.
okay, well, I'm glad you brought it up, so I can go ahead and get it.
Because
Do it, feel good about it.
I've been to that, years ago, they had the, conference there in Cavera County. And, I don't know what the main hotel is, so they don't have enough room, and they have to scatter people around, and I always like to be in the.
Well, and that's what they're, you know, that's one of the problems been throughout
Oh,
the
really?
whole
Oh, yeah.
time, is trying to get, cause it's like the Hunger Games. It's like the Hunger Games.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got people trying to get on there as soon as they open up, and it's.
The only place that I know of that can host all the commissioners is
In the Curry Center.
And the ladies come in Charlotte that I'm not familiar with.
I don't even know if there's anything there that I know. I mean, I don't know the place. Not in one central, I'll be able to have one building. That's the Curry Center is the only place. Only other thing I can think of is in Rockland, you know, where the Marriott, the convention center is attached to the Marriott and the Sheraton right across the street. And you, I mean, it basically is like.
Yeah, but I had, for a while, I thought I would be able to attend, but because of a conflict in August, but that conflict went away, so I am planning.
Okay.
All right. What you said happened.
That, 11:30, you know, 11:38.
There you go, Carol. There's a project that you can put up the county and.
Do what?
There's a project the county can have to drag all these people in. That's right. You make me go to the business there.
Well,
it's not good, we got the-
Grandbabies first.
Yeah, no, we're doing that.
Who is that?
How old?
She's the-
Did we play y'all last night?
We're the only ones out there playing, so
Were you were you on field 3?
it's on the ice.
Yeah. We were, I was,
If y'all were over there, I didn't see.
we were the light blue team, the Carolina blue team.
That's obvious. What time y'all play?
6 o'clock.
We played at 6. We had that on the red. What y'all?
Oh, y'all were on field 1?
We on field 4.
Field 4, yeah. We were on field 3.
Oh, okay. So we get to play you all again. Boy, my team was a mess last night.
They were they're paying in that sand and they were.
And my wife kept yelling at me, it's just T-ball. But the ball come and all my players went for the ball. And then they fighting each other.
It does.
They are cute.
I told somebody, I said it looked like a bunch of geese.
Yep.
You know, going.
And I tried to explain, everybody don't go to ball.
It's been a while since I've been to a football game, but I went to the 5-year-old grandson's on Saturday morning, and it brought back wonderful memories.
I'm sure it did.
And my worst one was a set of twins. After I got everybody else off the ball, they were still fighting each other for the ball. And after the game, the dad said, oh, I meant to tell you, you got to separate those two.
He said, thanks.
Are you coaching?
Unfortunately, I am.
Oh, God. That's
It's a job. It is a job. It's a lot of fun, though, really. It is.
I've gotten the experience when you look out there and somebody hits the ball, and you got a runner on first and a runner on second. The runner on second is literally sitting down on the back.
Oh, yeah, playing in the
dirt.
Laying down there.
They are so cute.
They have trouble with about that.
Or try, once you get the ball, you got to tag Miss Betty. Miss Betty went right past me, keep right on running.
They never start running. So my baby grandson is 8 now. You know, he lives in Raleigh. So my son insisted I go to Raleigh for the time.
Hold on from eating them.
And it means the world to have grandma and them show up.
Oh, yeah. And the other grandmother was there, so I was so glad I showed up.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was really bad.
Yeah, they noticed that too, I thought.
Yeah. Now I can look forward to my great grand. They 9 months old.
That's right.
A girl and a boy.
A few more years, and you have one of
But I
them.
be so old that I can't get to.
They'll still take to us.
They'll take.
Yeah, you got they here now permanently.
Yeah, well, he's.
Brown, you got a great grand.
Okay, that's cool. They used to be- they didn't have to back off. Other than
I mean,
other
I
than
know.
having in-laws over there.
If he got the shoes, he was.
Oh,
he
God.
was safe.
He's out in Ohio. Little
Sorry, we
town.
said different.
I got a Carson
Okay, that's pretty easy.
in Charlotte and Amaria.
I was raised on the.
They're gonna live. But. I mean, you're going-
Anyway, I do know that.
Oh, my 2 great grands, they did me a favor. They named a little boy Luke. So I can't go wrong with Luke. You know, I can pronounce that. And a little girl named Layla. So that's not too bad.
How old are they now?
They're going on 9 months.
9 months. Cute, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're sick this night. You take them to the emergency room.
Are there any other twins in the family?
Yeah, I look back and I realized my father had had 2 twin brothers.
You had brothers that were twins.
Uh-huh.
Okay. My mother was a twin, and we never had any more twins.
Your mom?
My mother was a twin.
Really, you haven't had any twins?
And
Don't
she had
give
3
up.
daughters and 3 granddaughters, and we still don't have any more twins.
Well, now you got a great grand.
I don't have any great grands yet.
See, that's what mine came to great grand.
So I don't know, but we all kind of worried about that twin stuff, and we didn't have.
That's amazing. That it didn't come too early, you know? Got my daughter, my middle daughter, she lost her wallet on a trip from New York to, Fayetteville, and she left it, she lost it in Charlotte Airport. I went with her Friday, and she was so fortunate, she canceled all her cards and everything, and then she got a call at night, and saying about 9 o'clock, that we found your wallet laying right there by a chair, she was sitting in the chair, going through a pocket looking for tickets or something in bed. And so I had a chance to go to Charlotte last Friday. I hadn't been in Charlotte in years, and it is wrong. Really.
I went to Johnson, Texas, car dealership, and left a cab. They called me, sent it to me, you.
Really? You see that?
I spent $10 for selling a $2 cab.
Oh my
I
God.
didn't even think about it, matter of fact, it was southeastern cab. They didn't use them.
Oh,
I didn't, you know.
yeah, I didn't think about it. But you know, she was just blessed that found it just like that. And what no trouble getting to the place, you know, we went to the hourly deck, you know, parking deck. And she was able to run out that certain area and get and come around back. So I just sit there about 15 minutes when she was back and ready to go.
That was one of them. Yeah. Last time I was in New York, I stopped in Maryland. I saw the guy, when I gave him my credit card, he walked back to the side. But I didn't think that he was scamming my card. So I went to the teller to get some money, couldn't get any. And the bank, I called the bank, and said, oh, somebody had charged $35 on your account, and I never could tell them. They said, and we knew it was suspicious, so they blocked it. I have that service, so.
You know, I used, when I was in Baltimore, I used my credit card, which I seldom use, and to buy the kids some dinner. And when I got back home, I went to the bank and made sure that it was taken. But, you know, I said, I'm using a card in Baltimore. I don't know who going to make but they couldn't make a copy because the call was made on the phone. But the number was there, you know, now the technology is
It'll amaze you what they can do.
it is amazing. It really is.
So when I go now, I don't use my credit except at the hotel.
Yeah,
I don't use nowhere else.
I use mine.
I take cash. In New York, don't wanna take $100 bills, I'll take 20. Because I said,
It's
Too much
sensitive.
counterfeit. Too much counterfeit.
he told me, a guy said, I said, man, this is real money. He said, they look real. He said, I wanna deal with 20 because if I get scammed, I don't wanna get scammed.
There was a guy had a display at the ABC convention this year, that he was selling these machines that you can check for counterfeit bills with. And he had 2 bills there. And he said, now you tell me which one's the fake, which one's the real, looking at it. And hold it up to the light, and do whatever you want to do with it. And we run that thing to that machine, it means that's a fake.
Isn't that something? They're good at it. Good God.
And they guarantee their results. So here's a bill, and that bill said it wasn't, and that it was fake, they covered it. Covered it.
Yeah, I had a fake bill, I went to a Kentucky Fried Chicken. Patient, the lady handed it back, she said, oh, this is fake.
Oh, God. You look for somebody arrested.
Well, we've all-
I said, what's going on, fake?
When you're counting.
The lady paid my
bills,
rent.
and it'll alert you that
You better check the other one.
God.
I then took it right there and tore it up.
This world today, it's nothing certain. It's totally safe.
You remember the pantry stood in the hospital next to Buck Stanton? The pantry was there. I went in there.
What's that, say that again, Tim?
There was a pantry. The
Yeah,
name of the store was
I used to get my coffee in the morning.
Yeah, but Buck Stanton's gas station was where Speedway is.
Oh, yeah.
The pantry was over here, right in front of the hospital.
Yep.
Went in there one day and did something, and got a $5 bill, and it was, I realized later it was counterfeit.
Oh.
I'm gonna be smart, I'm gonna take it to the police department and make sure it's fake, see what I need, to do. And what I learned out is I lost my
they took your $5
They took my $5. And I'm getting $5 back. Well, you know, $5 back. And, you know,
But they thanked you.
well.
Evidence, got to have that evidence.
I went back to the pantry and
Bought you
I guess it's not always the best policy.
$5 then, I can get $10 over gas and that's it.
Yes, coffee in the morning.
One time I was working for Grow Anderson back in the '60s. I took a $1 bill and put 2 pieces of cellophane tape, one on one side, one on the other. In the dollar machine, you get change, pull the dollar back out. Well, he emptied the machine. He just kept.
That empty the machine, but you kept putting it back.
Yeah, and put it back. So we put it back. He was good at it. And how they just drop the change, put it back, stop it. They took all the drink machine or something. Anyway, he emptied it. Yeah, you, anything you come up with, I know the scam.
Oh, somebody come around, there's a way around it, there's always a way around
I know I was receiving these expensive point pens and ink pens. Well, you don't use ink pen now, but I would get them every 6 weeks. I would get 2 expensive pens way back in the day. And I thought it was a gift. Then I looked, it was coming out of my. So I called the company. They had sent me a brochure. And if you didn't respond back, they would automatically, like beautiful, you automatically approve of this and there was those pens. Top of each. Okay, I can get enough pens, and I'll last me 30 years. But anyway, I said, wait a minute.
it. That's like you do.
I counted, they had sent me 2, I counted, where they didn't get paid for those. Imagine how many people wouldn't catch that. I didn't catch it until, I'm like, the pens were, really nice pens.
Imagine how many people still trying to pay them Columbia Records, get 30 cassettes or whatever for a penny and then. I bet there's people still trying to pay that stuff off.
Probably.
Folks, we're gonna start in a couple of minutes.
I declare Jason, the Ruffles putting more salt on their chips. I never seen with salt.
You know what? They'll last a year.
I know.
Well, that's
I know, I know,
They'll
salt.
last a year.
Really, that's why they put so much salt on?
Yeah, that's why. It's like salted beef.
Can't eat a lot of salt.
Put it in there.
That's right, people salt that. I don't know, they put all this salt every day.
Well, I was reserved for
Salt.
some things last week. And I was
Those ones, somewhere. you know, they're not.
Well, I held.
They fake.
It's just
They're not
for her,
solid.
so-
Well,
I did it online.
We gotta wrap our minds around that. We have lots been on the hour we need to do about really thinking that we're just tossing out money here and there.
My husband lost his.
That was
Mr. Martin is responsible. Mr. Martin, so, you know, what? You know what I mean?
We do this everywhere. The money is there and it's for good use for those families. Actually, in line.
The sandwiches were nice. Who did the sandwiches?
Jersey Mike.
I like the model they gave us.
They are good. I may try,
Churches host these.
next month, I may go to,
Ideally, that's a good
Firehouse.
spot. The
Okay.
county doesn't need to be in. That's my point.
well, they're hot sandwiches.
100 churches. And you know, I mean, that can't be $200,000-300,000. Oh, come on. I mean, it's not a big chunk of it. I think they just saw it. Do this and this one. I know that. I was there. Still, only one person. I know. I said that all along. I know. Have you been to any of their meetings? I didn't know about the board. I found out about the board meeting for when we went to BJ and then Mike Johnson. And then went to the. Yeah, that was first. And I asked the question to find out what was going on. You know what you knew if you hadn't seen them there. I just saw them. I don't know that. I'll tell you soon. Okay, so look your ears.
Here.
You Mickey Mouse?
Did you see
Oh, I saw
the picture? Riker got the one with the R2D2. Yeah.
Okay, folks, we're gonna come back. Warning, 2-page memo. And office personnel officer. Kevin, you wanna tell us about this? Okay. We've had this conversation at a couple of different past meetings, so.
And this is an excellent summary of what they're for. I just read it since I sat down.
Did you draw that in the folder? Probably not. Hang on just a second. There it is. Wait on this to pick up. Okay, it should be there. Okay. I was pulling up something else and it was about environmental health, not, so wait a minute, that's not right one. It's named SW2 salary increase request. With this one, looking at, there's a lot of detail in there, but breaking it down, there are currently 5 social work positions in the department. Increasing, doing a change in salary, for them was, a 4-step increase, which was 10%. The total cost there was $22,869 to make that, and that is an annualized cost. With that, of course, there are those costs are charged back to grants that are received, but they are fixed dollar amount grants. So there is a difference there, like DSS, there is a max, but ultimately, if you have a social worker and they're in a 50% program, 50% of whatever their salary is reimbursed back in. These programs are generally fixed dollar amounts. So they're used to operate. So really it is looking at a $22,869 increase in the health department, which the health department can absorb in its current budget. It can. And it's because you're only talking about a different time that would be effective April 16th. So you're talking about May, June, and half of July. So not even a full quarter. So you're looking at $8,000 in the current year to make this adjustment.
But almost 23 for each subsequent year.
Yes.
And how much is it for each subsequent year for the social work SS?
The one-time change, I think that cost was it 47?
I do not remember.
I don't remember. The total cost was higher, but it was a net change of 50.
And this may be in here, but does this bring these social workers up to the equal pay as what the social workers at DSS are making?
They were already on the same pay grades. We did not change anybody on grades, but this is the same equivalent change in steps. So it's still a 10% step. So if that somebody is at a beginning pay rate, I think they have 2 of their positions are new positions. Well, not positions, but they're
You hire?
they are people with less than 2 years of experience. They're going to be less, but the supervisor is at a higher rate because she's been here for 15 years. So, but this is a 10% increase for each of those. It's the same steps that were done in DSS.
Excuse me. My only question would be, could we make this effective the same date that we did the social workers at the, social, DSS?
Imagine the finance department could do that.
Yeah, we can do regular.
I think that's a good idea.
Just to keep.
With only going what?
And you're talking about, and you're really talking about, I think, the increase of the current budget is only about $5,000.
Yeah, you're talking less than $2,000.
Yeah.
And if we had this at that time, the numbers.
We're gonna use that.
Excuse me, Richard, would you like to make that in the form of a motion?
I will. I don't know. Yeah. I offer a motion that we accept the pay increase that's been recommended for social workers and make it retroactive to the same day as our DSS decision. I don't know that date. That's why.
3/16.
To 3/16.
March 16th. There's a second. Yeah, second from Commissioner McFadden.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Say nay. Unanimous. Thank you.
Next up, bringing the recommendations from the policy committee. Back to this. The first that's to be had, right now, we currently have two health plans. One is the legacy PPO, the other one is the high deductible. The vast majority of our employees are on the high deductible plan. We've had it for 8 to 10 years. We have approximately 40 to 45 employees that are currently on the PPO plan. The PPO plan, there is a difference in the amount of the premium that the county pays. And so with that, several years ago, we started charging a percentage of that difference to employees. So with that, we're currently looking at we're charging 25% difference, I believe.
We're at 35 now.
35% of the difference in between there. And with that, looking to come up with a progression plan on changing this. And yes, the ultimate objective would be to eliminate the PPO plan over a period of time. The costs in that are increasing more. And for the vast majority of employees, there is a financial savings to stay on the PPO plan. It may be more comfortable and it's easier to understand, but financially it is less beneficial. Because one thing with the high deductible plan, if you're a member of that, the county contributes $1,000 annually into a health savings account. That is your money that can be used for medical costs. So, and
What would happen if we just did away with that? I'm not saying overnight, I mean, but just say next year, that's it, we're not doing it, everybody goes through the same plan.
We could do that, but we would have to transition all those to the high deductible health plan instead of the HSAs, but yes, we could do that.
yes. And that's about 45 people, 40 to 45 people.
But I mean, it's not costing us anything different, it's not apparently gonna cost them anything different, other than the variance that they'll have to pay.
Now, what I would recommend,
I'm
however,
not saying do it, I'm just saying.
Right.
idea.
for those that are retirees, the pre-65 retirees that are on the PPO plan, we could keep the PPO plan for the retirees should we elect to do it away for the active. Because it's, once you have a retiree on a plan, it's difficult to change those plans.
But we have a number of those, but it's not
Yeah, we have
significant.
39 retirees, and for most of them, once they, through attrition, they come off and go on the Medicare supplemental plan, or they go off the plan altogether at age 65.
But that's part of the reason why in this plan, and it is a phased step up, so that ultimately it's 100% of the variance, at which point in time, really should you keep that?
And Jim, I think the conversation had been in the past, we want them to make the change, but we really didn't have a point where it was going to get to be to the 100% variance. And we put in place now a system by which it gets us to the 100%.
It's just stupid. If either way, you're probably gonna end up with the same result.
Yeah.
Yeah. And right now, the difference in between the two plans is a premium difference of $200 a month. And that's going to continue just to increase.
Mhm.
And so what we would ask the board, and I believe the policy committee helped define this recommendation, going to 45% next year, and then just with a 4-year progression plan to get to 100% in the 2026 fiscal year.
Carol, as chairman of that
Yeah.
committee, would you,
I will make a motion that we accept this recommendation.
and coming from a standing committee, it does not require a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. COVID paid sick leave policy.
And this is current policy, that the board set up, last year with. And with this, basically if someone is out with COVID or has to isolate, they can take, COVID paid sick leave. There is currently no expiration date on this. So it's bringing this more back to the board to set an expiration date on this, which could later be extended if we have another massive outbreak or a more dangerous outbreak. This is just setting this up because otherwise, as COVID's going to continue, this just allows for unlimited leave bank.
And am I reading this correctly? So what we've added is the effective date to end June 30th,
Yes, June 2022.
2022.
And it's important to keep in mind, there's never a policy written that can't be amended, just like Kevin said. Well, I'll make a motion that we approve this.
And not requiring a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of approval, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
Okay, proposed contributions. Again, this was something, started last year, with the intention of increasing. Last year, we went from a 2% match to a 2.5% match. And the goal is to get to a 3.5% match or either maybe later on. But doing that in steps. So the current recommendation is to go to a, keep the 2.5% for those people who contribute just a fixed fee, but contribute, it's 2.5% for a minimal contribution and match up to 3%. So if I contribute 1% to my 401k, I'm going to get 2.5%. If I contribute 3% to my 401k, I'll get 3%. If I contribute 10% to my 401k, I get 3%.
Right.
And I'd just like to, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but we eliminated on contribution for a couple of years in 2011.
We reduced it back. We reduced it down to 2.
It went from 3.
And it was at 3.5,
to
wasn't it? Was it at 3.5 at that point?
3.75.
Yeah, it was at 3.75, and we're not back to that from where we reduced it 11 years ago. Just a piece of information.
And it was 3.75%. And to get that, you had to contribute 1% or $20 a month.
Right.
Whichever is greater.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Any questions? All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you.
Okay, progression. The policy on here, right now, our current policy is every other year, once you're off probation, and as long as you do not have disciplinary action, you are for a 2.5% a one-step increase, basically 2.5%. With that, and that is based on length and current position or length and grade. And that winds up getting complicated. Yeah, and in certain departments, you may be here for 20 years. We have people who have been here for 15 years. But just the activity in the department, you have not been on grade for more than 2 years in a row. So you can have people who don't get this because they don't qualify. They have no disciplinary actions or anything else, but they're just moving in based on the needs of the organization. What the recommendation is here is basically simplifying this back down, is to basically on your anniversary, on your original hire date anniversary, annually, you would get a 1.5% increase. 1.25% increase. Overall, that would mean the same, except we're going to have people who actually qualify now that didn't before. If you're under disciplinary action, this does not, you don't get it. Verbal counseling is not considered a disciplinary action. But if you are officially written up, you don't get it. And a disciplinary action lasts for 18 months.
18 months. Yeah.
So if you get written up, a week before your anniversary date, you don't get it for 2 years.
How many years?
For 2 years. If you're coming up to that 18th month, but your anniversary day is 2 weeks before you come off of there, you don't get it. So there is.
Which is about the same as the old policy was, because it was every other year.
Yes. So, and I only say that because if you do have an employee who messes up, there's a consequence to it as well. And that was already there, so.
2 years seems a little long.
Well, I was about to go to.
Because of,
Well, it just depends on when the disciplinary action happens.
okay, the most would be.
The most, that would be the max.
The reason I think this way is because if a person is denied 1.5%, and let's say inflation is 3%, they fall 4.5% behind purchasing power. It really becomes fraying at the pump. But I'm
Now,
just.
they would be eligible for COLA increase.
Yes.
They just would not be eligible for this salary progression increase.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
So
about
it's different.
somebody that screws up? I don't make up whatever reason you want to make up this month, and they had something going on with an ex or a child or whatever. But 90 days from now, they fix it. They're back 100%. Is there a way?
If the department head puts something in that file that this issue has been resolved,
And they've shown a good
that would do
record
away
for
with it.
so many months.
Right.
So
But
they
if nothing
get
occurs,
rid of it.
right, if nothing occurs, however, it stays active for 18 months.
Okay, but there is a mechanism for them to get out, but the department head has to watch that.
Why does it stay, I'm sure it's in policy, but why would policy have that disciplinary action attached to that person for 18 months instead of 12? Is there some magical number that they got?
That's, I mean, I hate to say it, back in the day, when the School of Government was issuing sample policies,
Mhm.
that was what most of the municipalities and local governments were doing.
18 months.
And I think that's what the state was doing at that point in time.
I'm okay, long as there's a way to get it off.
Yeah.
Well,
And in most personnel trainings, they would say, you do not need to inactivate a personnel action, because as soon as you do, then you have to start over if the person digresses again.
Okay, any other questions? We have a motion to approve policy as written.
So moved.
Motion by Betty, second by Tim. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you.
And, and the annual leave draft, and I'm just gonna let Susan explain this one.
Okay. And it's on the second page. The wording. What we have done for years and years, we have, had this as a part of negotiations for new hires, but it was not consistent. It's become more and more consistent simply because I want everybody to know about it, so we won't get a disparity claim from another department saying, we didn't know this. So what I wanted to do is get it in policy to where it's accessible on the website. People know that this is available, but this is a good recruitment tool. Just like we take in sick leave transfer, we do not transfer in annual leave. However, if they are coming to us from another state or local government employee, we can give them credit for those years in their annual leave accrual rate. So that's what this is just putting into policy what our practice is.
Susan, I know we talked about this in the policy committee. Do you happen to know if other can do it that way?
They do.
I thought so, that's why I asked the question.
Yes, in fact, in our internal policy review committee, just about all the counties do.
I mean, I think it can be a recruitment tool, and if you're working in Mecklenburg County and you've been there 15 years and you find yourself moving to Scotland County, and you're gonna be doing essentially the same stuff, you want credit for those 15 years that you.
Rather than starting over.
Yeah.
So that's all this is just getting credit for accrual rates, not bringing in annually. I just want to make sure you understood that.
Is that gonna be on new hires, or is that gonna go back on somebody that maybe?
This
came
will be
from-
when this policy is adopted.
And I don't think it happens a whole lot that you have that issue come up.
In fact, with the new hire, I'm usually reaching out to them and saying, okay, send me an email requesting for annual leave accrual purposes. I would just like to get it in policy to where they can see it, that they know this is available. And see, we would do that automatically.
In the past, we granted. Yeah, motion to.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Hall, second. Second. Commissioner Hopper. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next item, school funding discussion. One thing I think that was to go back over formula. With some of my conversations with LeGrand, there's been interest in going up and coming up with a new formula because some of this is, a lot of people can't understand our existing formula.
Kevin, if you don't mind, let me try to set the stage a little
Okay.
bit. Back in the fall, that came from the chairman of the school board, Rick Singletary, had requested that the chair invite the two boards as well as the paid staff, county manager Kevin Patterson and the new superintendent, which is no longer new. She's been in the community about a year and a half, Dr. LeGrand, to me and talk about some issues. One of them was they felt like they were maybe going to be short on funds this year in regard to capital expenditures and perhaps debt service, and they wanted us to get together and just discuss certain things. We did that 2 or 3 different times, starting back in the maybe fall, maybe October, November. As a result of those conversations, there was the thought that we would ask Dr. LeGrand and Kevin to get together and to talk about where we might be in funding for this current year, in light of the discussions that had taken place by that group. Also, there was the conversation about, and this is where I think Kevin was going, that perhaps that we as the 2 boards and the paid staff could come to an arrangement that would help us determine funding for the coming years. And that was, I think that, and Dr. LeGrand and perhaps folks from the finance departments also, at least to talk about what would be presented to the boards. At our liaison meeting last week, there was conversation about what conversation had our board had on those proposals. And my comment to the liaison committee is I don't believe that we've had that conversation from our county manager, and I've asked him for us to have that at this point. That this had been mentioned at either the last budget session or the last meeting in general terms. In my mind, we may have been waiting for the school board to come up with what their request was going to be, which is traditionally how this has worked. But I think that our thought and our conversation at the liaison committee, let's come back and let's ask the manager to make the presentation based on his and Dr. LeGrand's conversation, whatever went into the thinking for this presentation, and then we would move from that point. So that's kind of why we're back, maybe a month behind, but going back and making sure we pick up where we left off.
So the top part of this is what Dr. LeGrand was intending to request. The first part was the $10 million. I did tell her that that's a typo. That should be 10 million because that was the funding for the current year, not 10,044,000, which was the funding for the previous year. But with the conversation she and I had, was her request was going to be to keep the current expense where it is, but she did want to ask for an increase of $300,000 in capital, in addition to the recurring $300,000 put in annually, which would bring the capital request up to $600,000. One concept in this was with the projected savings from the closings, which they said due to any number of reasons they did not generate. But part of that was there was the savings that started with the schools. I had our financial analysts add in an additional $500,000 to that annually, which they calculated that could have been an increase to capital, or honestly was also just a cushion. Because I don't trust numbers somebody else makes up as much as I trust numbers that I make up. But with that increase, would have been a potential increase in annual savings that would have been generated that they would have had available for capital. If that didn't happen, so that's the reason for the increase of capital for $300,000.
Hold on a second. Did that make sense to anybody else?
So what, Tim?
Did that make sense?
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, me too.
I understand.
I couldn't. It was-
All right.
You got to back up, rewind that just a little bit.
And this is one of those cases, I know what I'm saying, but
Everybody had that look on their
Yeah.
face like, I don't know about that.
I understand it from a different place, but I'll let Kevin try to explain it, and if I think my explanation helps, I'll add it, but.
for the, first of all, the increase of the additional capital dollars is because they need additional capital funds.
Need it for what?
They just need it for their capital, for the capital structure.
And here's my question, here's what helped me. when we say, they say capital outlay,
Mhm.
are you talking about something that you have to, you know you got to repair or fix? Are you putting it out here just in case? Cause here's my thing.
Did they actually state what it would be used for?
Here's my thinking. If there is a breakdown, children or whatever, we are mandated by statute to fix it. So I'm saying, for that kind of capital outlay that they're asking for here, don't front it as part of the 10 million or whatever. You don't front that money. But if you need that money, we know it's our responsibility, we're gonna do it. We have to make it part of the package where it's your money. That's just not the way I would like to do business with everybody. I'm gonna spend it if I have to spend it, but if I don't, just don't give it. That's all I'm saying.
And with capital, she and I did not go over and discuss her details of these budgets. This was kind of more as, first of all, with the understanding that I can't approve what schools get paid. That was clear up front. So if I said I like it, it doesn't mean anything. But I was clear on, I did my best to be clear to her on that. Also, whatever the total capital request that they formally make, it will come back with a breakdown of here are our projects, here are our category 1, our category 2, and our category 3 projects. Category 1 are really your building and improvements that would include your chillers, your HVAC, any actual constructions. Category 2, we generally don't fund. That's your yellow bus operations. The yellow buses, states fund. The white buses is out of local dollars. Then you have your category 3, which are your maintenance, your repairs. That's the annual painting. That's, windows, annual maintenance that has to be done on their facility. That will come with their official request.
I understand it now.
So, but what some of the concept was, and some of that was also coming in with the limit. Back when we did the original expansions for the last school consolidation plan. Of course, the schools came in and they generated, here are the savings that we expect to have. And then we hired First Tryon to come in and analyze that and make sure that those were reasonable. Now, those savings were only going to happen if the schools did manage parts, and that is entirely on them. But they came up with a list of savings. And of course, First Tryon was to determine those savings could generate the debt service payment with the restricted revenues that we already have. And with that, as they started into that process, I asked First Tryon to add in $500,000 in between what their estimate savings. I wanted to make sure there was $500,000 in between what they said the projected savings were going to be and what our debt service was going to be. I wanted that much of a cushion, if nothing else. Just the way projections work. And even with those projections, the financial models showed that it could work. Now, with that best case or one case scenario, it means that savings would have been in the schools and they would have had that $500,000 available for capital needs because they do have a significant facility needs. They, you know, they have 8 schools. And that's a lot of buildings to take care of. Also with that, I think that was also the point in time when they started looking at the one-to-one initiative and technology costs and everything, and keeping up a replacement cycle on that as well. So with that, that was where we were kind of looking. That would be money that the county was already investing, that with the management decisions of the schools, they could then generate the additional savings. It would be operational, but then with the board of commissioners' approval, they could move that operating savings for capital dollars. And that was discussed. I know Hargrave and I talked about that with their finance officers, my finance officers, with the local government commission. And that was in the concept before it was finally approved by the LGC board. And if you go off and you look at if you pull up the first try-on documents that some of you may still have, you know, there's the savings and then there's a column of $500,000 all the way down. That's that cushion in there.
But the problem on that is the cushion never was developed and the savings was never developed.
Correct.
So, that's, I think, part of the problem here is that 1 point, or might have been 2.2 million with that 500,000 savings that was supposed to be going to develop from the new school by closing the old schools and attrition on the staff and that kind of thing has not developed. Because there's been no savings, there's been no reduction, there's been no.
Well, how did that happen? How did that happen? How did it not?
That'd be a question for me.
Well, and Ted, I'm gonna try to speak, I don't intend to speak for them, but their answers to some of those was there have been savings, there have been reductions in staff. There have not been the reduction in staff that were anticipated. And I think the question there, Betty, is correct, and that is what occurred. So, I mean, if the savings were there, have those monies been used for additional staff in other areas instead of banking those savings for the needs that were originally calculated? I will add my just little comment. I remember that chart because we spent months over those studies, and I remember that $500,000 column. And I remember asking the question as many different ways as I possibly could, trying to figure out what that was going to mean. And I think the best perception I got was that it was somewhat of a buffer. My question was, who got the buffer if it wasn't needed? And I don't know that I ever felt comfortable as to what that answer was going to be. But I do think that buffer money, may have been used for some very appropriate things like the one initiative. But I do think that the plan hasn't produced the savings. I think one of the responses that Dr. LeGrand or Chairman Singletary brought to the table was that the class size mandates changed. So some of their savings portion in some of the bringing class positions, not to the extent that they've created the savings what they were going to. If you don't mind, one of the other things that we talked about at great length a year ago when we went to mediation was trying to get a clarification on the funding formula. And that was supposed to be finance officer of the school system and our county manager. And I don't think that took place, but primarily because that the first finance officer at that time, when someone else came in, to Dr. Grant and Rick Singletary, they have asked DPI for assistance in calculating that. And according to them, EPI tells them they don't have anybody there who knows how to do that. So I don't know how to respond to that, but that's,
And statute says they're responsible.
well, and we've, up until at least 2 or 3 years ago, we were still getting that from somebody other than us.
Right.
None of
In
those.
2015.
There were no, okay, your projections you had for, I mean, the total amount supposed to be saved, so they could build the school and everything. You mean to say that they didn't project the fact that the population would be decreased in this? That wasn't a projection, that they thought things would remain kind of like they are at the time did it? You see what I'm saying?
That was discussed with the projections, but that would have layered in additional savings. So the projection was at a stable base. So if you would have added in a declining population, that would have altered, that could have actually driven the savings up. They also didn't calculate in the increase in the decrease in class mandates. But then again, that affects K2. But then again, part of that conversation was because at that point in time, it had not passed. When would it pass? Exactly what it would be. At least part of that was, well, we will need to have that discussion as that comes in. I know there's going to be an expenditure 2 years from now. That means we need to discuss that a year from now. It can't be built into this plan on that level of uncertainty. But we knew that was there and we knew that was coming, but the goal was, hold on, well, as we get more certainty, we will need to address that.
Are they gonna be able to pay it back?
Yes.
What'd you say, Ben?
Are they gonna be able to pay for the school, the investment? Are they gonna be able to make those payments every year, right? How often do they make them?
We send them an invoice in December and then one in May. So one should be going to them probably this month. And I just confirm with Beth on that. But so with that, and I know last year they had budgeted $1.2 million for the debt service payment. Debt service payment was $1.6 million. So had been budgeting for that, to correct their budget for it last year. And then there were and then with the transition of management, and it's not just the superintendent, but there were a number of issues there. But we're trying to get that back on. But with my conversation with Van, it was, yes, this is something that we have absolutely got to do.
Yes.
Kevin, with the reduction in enrollment, the total cost count, don't that affect the money that we get from federal government?
It does. Because with that, the state pays they come up with an estimate in March on what they're gonna pay next year. But thereafter, they look at the 10-day and the 90-day ADM, the actual enrollment. They have a bunch of different numbers, but the actual enrollments that's entered into the state system. And then that 90-day enrollment is what they get their finalized number based on.
So how many students do you lose? What's the ADM?
5,000 for the current 2022 school year. At the 90-day mark, it's 5,401. Before it was 5,552.
So they didn't lose that many students.
Down on 2,000. Got a question now. The 500 cushion, Was that built in for every year or just the first year?
every year,
Every year, the 500,000 cushion was built in.
yes.
All right, my concern is, bring that down just a little bit. Is that $600,000 request will become recurring? That it will
Yes.
never go back to 300?
Yes,
Okay, that is true. That's what you anticipate.
is based on the conversation that LeGrand and I had.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
And so now we're gonna give them, capital outlay will be $600,000 a
Well,
year.
Now, with that, one of the things, you know, of course, this would just be starting request to the board. And then I'll come up and talk about more. And again, the 10 million and 600,000, that is going to be the request. That would come, really should be going into the liaison committee and starting that conversation.
Well, part of the liaison committee, that when we met last week or whatever day it was, they didn't have one. The liaison committee didn't have one. And, of course, they had calculated based on the school formula, which, and do you have that, what you sent out about the formula, where you had calculated? No, I got it, but, and I don't know the questions that's going on around it. This is without the capital outlay. And his calculations came up to be about 9.2, 9.1, what school floor calls for. The state law, that's without the capital. Now, and we brought that up for the fact of, well, we're not going to do that because that's a larger draw. You lose the low wealth funds if you do that. So do that part now.
That
but-
drop would threaten low wealth.
Yes.
Yes,
Right.
9.1 million, almost $1 million less than what it is.
And it they'd lose the low wealth.
And they would also lose the low wealth fund.
Which is
3.7.
So you don't want to put that in jeopardy, but you still got to come up with a number. I mean, and I calculated it and came up with a little bit higher than Kevin did, but I think we used different inflation numbers. But that thing is so broad on how, a lot of the problem continues today with that formula is trying to get the right numbers. You build a thing in Excel to tell you the amount. You just got to know the right number in there.
Yeah.
And that seems to be always the challenge. And he didn't use a different ADM. He used current ADM. I used the state's anticipated, which was 50 or 60 lower, which would be a big difference.
56 less.
Yes.
50 or 60 less students. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a little bit less. But he used the exact. It wasn't enough that it was going to make that big difference. But so I would like to see them come up with it. If DPI says, they can't do it.
Well,
they're the ones told me they had the worksheet. Nobody know how to plug in the numbers to the worksheet.
The Excel spreadsheet that I sent you was the one the DPI sent
I knew there was one.
annually.
Yeah.
And the last time they sent it was 2014. And that I updated the data, but it's the exact same spreadsheet, and I have the calculation they sent with the error that they had in it in that year.
Go ahead.
But, well, I just wanted to get to the point of, and I don't remember that number. I don't know if you, like I said, you have it still up, but I got it. But, it's an iPad on my work. But anyway.
I can tell it to you here in a second.
But I guess my point to that is, a lot of people are talking about keep the floor, and I know that's not really what.
That came up last night at the forum.
Did it?
Yeah.
I would keep the floor, but I would caution people
The
about that.
question was, do you believe in keeping the floor? And my response was, we haven't used the floor in 8 years. That we have a liaison committee developed together a funding annually with the county and the schools.
Right, and I don't think people understand it. If we
I know.
followed the floor right now,
I
it
know.
would be $1 million less. And that's a fact. And, to continue, we gotta go with one way or the other. And
Maybe that needs to be done. If we follow the floor, it's $1 million, I don't know.
but I also think it needs to say in that headline, if we were to do, it, we jeopardize more money.
Oh, I know, we
You
try,
know, so-
we would,
And we definitely didn't leave that impression with them, right?
No,
We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna jeopardize that other money by doing anything. So, but we didn't get into much, did we, other than what we talked about earlier? And they didn't have a number. They didn't know what they were going with.
And reading the data that, 100 counties set up to, to Raleigh. We're paying substantially more than many counties per annually. And then we're paying substantially less than some. But, we need to really have a meeting of the minds and we don't want, we can't compare ourselves with other counties. We have to meet the needs of our students. But we want to meet the needs. We don't want to spend just because we've been doing it. And based on what I read, and you all got that report, it's just seemed to me that we are paying a little more than perhaps we should be spending. But I'm not in the school system, I'm not an educator, I'm not on the board of education. But when you just look at the numbers, what some counties nearby get by with, and the outcome of the academics are basically the same. And that's,
well, I know that, excuse me, John, go ahead.
I'm finished. It's just something, I look at the results.
BJ, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm not trying to do that. You're the most recent county commissioner who is a school board member. I know that when we've had these conversations with the liaison committee, when we talk about the amount of money that the county does provide for current expenses, some of the things that the board of education members and the chairman and the superintendent and others who have spoken to us talk about the needs of our kids, that we are, because of the poverty within our county, that we greater needs. There also, I think the state allocates 12.5, or they believe that 12.5 to 13% of your kids have special needs, where I think our county has identified it's almost 20% of our kids have special needs. So we spend more money on special education. I know we've got social workers in the school system. There are reasons that the school system spends more money than maybe another comparable class does. And when I hear those things, knowing the conditions that we have within our county, it's easy to want to do what we can to help provide that.
Sure.
And the conversations with the school board often comes down to, we feel like that we're just as concerned about this county as the school board are. And they tell us they're just as concerned about what we spend and the tax rate as we are. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. But our priorities are not always the same. And I know that, and one of the reasons that I wanted to have this conversation today is to know how all the rest of this board feels as far as our question with the liaison committee to respond to a funding request. It's going to be $10 million for current expense, $600,000 for capital. And I think I would invite you to respond to that too, if you feel like there's some.
I don't have anything to add right now.
Okay.
Not right now.
The number Kevin provided, I think the 9-1 was something like
This last year.
$8.949, $8,949,000 following the state, following the law for
That's what it would be this year,
$1,050,000
basically.
decrease.
Based on him doing the worksheet from that, which, and I think I did it, it was like maybe the 9.2 I was talking about, my number, because it was a little bit more together, but, so.
Well, I'm sure you calculated what's the lowest we go before we mess up lower from.
9.7,
What?
9.7 roughly.
I was
But
wondering-
but roughly that.
And that's going
Like it was like,
incrementally
yes.
over.
And not that what the liaison committee has decided has ever committed either board, but the liaison committee, since the very beginning, has made the statement that we would not, because of the effect of dramatic effects, the impact dramatic effects might have on the budget, we want to go up or down in any year more than 2%. And so I think if for that, and that would also always keep us away from doing anything to jeopardize the low wealth fund. I'd heard something, and I kind of asked the Rick Secretary if he would kind of look into it a little bit. I had heard that the education lottery wants to give more of their proceeds to the counties, and there was going to be an additional $300,000 coming to the counties from the lottery for capital expenses. But we've not confirmed that.
And I haven't seen anything about that in all the literature that we get from the association and from the county and from the budget and all. That's the first I've heard of it. I think it'd be fine if it
I did
happened.
not.
It'd be wonderful if there were increases.
That did come as, on one of the budget topic discussions from the association back in September.
Yeah.
It was in there that every county would be eligible for a grant for capital,
What I heard
an annual grant.
was within the last couple of months.
Yeah, definitely. Does the lottery funds always have to go?
Capital
Does
debt
that from the
service.
daily,
Capital.
and debt service?
That's the-
Well, that would help them. It could, I mean.
I know we're talking about the top piece there, but at some, I want to look at this formula. Ooh, come back down. Current enrollment minus previous year enrollment. I'm just gonna plug numbers in.
Okay.
So we got current enrollment 10,000, previous year 9,800,
Where you see-
plus current year. I mean, I need
Where are you
numbers.
getting that? No, where are you getting that?
She just throwing in numbers, right?
She says she's reading them.
No, you're making up these numbers, right?
I can up my numbers so I can understand.
But
this
following that
formula.
formula.
Oh, okay.
That's divided by.
On the current cup line, it says year enrollment. So let's say that the current year right now is 10,000. And then you subtract the previous year enrollment.
Well, here's the example.
Okay,
So, the current year enrollment is 5,491.
Right, okay.
That, and what we talked about under the state formula, it uses the state anticipated amount for March of this year, what they think is gonna happen next year. That's always wrong. What we talked about doing is, hold on, here's the 90-day number that they present to the state for this year. What was the 90-day number they presented last year? That was the number of actual students they had. What's that change? So it went down 50 students, so that's a 1% decline. With that, right now, under the current formula, it is what do the low wealth count do? And I've got the 79 low wealth LEAs on here and what their expenditures were last year, what their expenditures are this year, and what that change is. Instead of doing that, okay, what's inflation? This was just a much simpler thing. Do this, and up or down by the percent change in population, up or down by inflation. That would be a starting point with a 2% max, 2% minimum. It won't go up above 2%, won't go below 2%. And that was my goal for kind of a starting point. But, and some of you always may get tired of me. Any formula I would should never be more than a starting point, or y'all been arguing for 9 months to get anywhere, and we got to come up with something. But it should always be the needs of the Board of Education in discussions with the Board of Commissioners. But that's just a simplified version. Last year and the year before, this calculation and then last year's calculation of the formula really kicked in, but showed massive decreases because the ARP monies, all the additional COVID monies, they don't hit current expense. They're hitting a special revenue fund. So the schools are not spending money out of their back pocket, they're spending out of here. And the formula is based on what money is coming out of your back pocket.
Yeah, there was a lot of the low ones that had dropped their spending amount because of that. So
Yeah.
that is one thing that affected.
And that'll be a 1 year, well, it'll be
Last
stretched out.
year, this year,
And
next year, it would be probably stable because they're going to be running out of their money. 2025 is going to go back up. So the state formula would show a $2 million increase.
I don't know if this is related or not. I know that from where I sit in the community and the people I have interaction with, they want to know where our aid. And I'm fine with them asking because I think I want them to know and I want them to ask. Do we know where this, wasn't it around 20 million that the schools got?
They had to submit a plan to the state Board of Education.
Right,
And they have to follow that plan.
but we do know, we know what the plan says, I mean, where they're allocating their money. Because I got people waiting to see how we're allocating ours. And it's not just a few people, it's a lot of people.
Yeah.
So do we know, have you seen a copy that they sent to the state allocating ARP funds?
Is it that they give
And then yet they need an increase in our capital outlay and they get it, and getting more lottery money? Low membership.
We just have to have that in 20 minutes. That's that plan to the state.
Oh, it was last
They
fall.
submitted that last year.
I would certainly think we should be able to get a copy of it.
Yes.
I think that would be a good thing for, it's all for the record. I would like to see how they propose to spend their money that they've gotten. Cause we know the last 2 years the world changed and where we do business here have changed. We have money, we're doing things that at our discretion. They are too. And so, we do have a disparity in when we pay our people. And I just like to see their plan. Give them our plan.
The superintendent or the school system is required to present their budget to the commissioners in the month of May. And when they present their budget, if you want me to ask them, also, you would like to see their plan.
Yeah, to help me to make a logical and a fair decision concerning what they're asking. I need to have all the information I can get before me, because I want to be fair about it.
We would do that at a work session, because that will take, even hitting our highlights, that will take some time to go over.
Well, Kelvin, did they not get more than AARP or ARP for money? Didn't they get grants before then, during that COVID? Seemed like they got money twice.
They got 3 rounds of ESSER funds. And there may be additional direct funds that they got for certain aspects, but the large parts are the 3 rounds of ESSER funds. that we received.
So, well, I'm glad we're having this meeting today because it gives us time in June. So, you know, we need to have all our information so that nobody get hurt or disappointed.
Is the school's gonna make their presentation to us at the May budget meeting or?
We'd schedule that at the May budget meeting.
That's Monday. No, what the May
May
budget.
budget
Maybe
meeting.
that's the 24th.
Because last year, there was so much higher than you could even imagine.
We spent, in my opinion, too much time talking about the school floor like that. You know, we need to.
Still on mandate, no matter what we decide on, we still on mandate.
But we haven't gone about in the last several years. So we know we can come and meet other minds.
So the liaison committee will meet again before the budget session in May. We'll meet the week before that.
Well, this has been good. We have, you know, I think we kind of laid out our thoughts.
Well, if there's any commissioner who has John has kind of expressed his opinion, but if anybody else wants to, Tim, BJ and I are members of the liaison committee from the board of commissioners. If you got something that you wish to, you want to tell us how you feel, you can let either one of us know either now or Monday night or sometime on the 19th. And Kevin, I'm not trying to, we got an email from Kevin Leonard and said that the county had to submit something by the end of April on how we are using our funds.
Yes, our federal funds, that's due the end of the month. Either we've got a scheduled meeting with finance to go off and submit our first, our quarterly statements. It's doing that this week.
Because I'm thinking that did that say we had to be to them by the 30th of April?
Yes.
So, Calvin, I just want to make sure I'm saying the right thing. We got $6 million, right?
Yes.
And we have 3 years to spend it, right?
Yeah, until December 2024, yes.
Okay. And so I think the board feels that we should save some of this money for the next, for 23 and 24, right?
That would be my recommendation, yes.
So everybody's gonna be coming here, everybody. And it's important, I mean, they got some important projects now, I'm telling you. That one this morning was out of sight, you know, the shelter and all that. But we got to keep in mind that we got 3 years to spend this money. And we want something left for the next 2. That's my plea to the board. Let's save some of it for.
Mr. Chairman, based upon Kevin just said, we've got to make a decision somewhat today so we can align with the end of April.
I believe so, yes, sir.
I have to leave at 2:00 is my reason for. If we can before I leave.
Well, I think
2:15.
With what I have to file by April is what we've already spent.
Okay.
okay.
Nothing. I want to talk about the school conversation.
Okay.
See it, I've read it, I've heard it, I understand what's been presented, but I've also heard that we want to see the plan that was submitted to DPI back in the fall, or to the feds back in the, and that will guide us in making a final decision on what we have just seen. What I see, Liaison's going to meet in the meantime, and you may gather even more information that you can share back with us, but that we won't take any action today. We'll refer it to our next finance meeting workshop to determine the funding for schools. Is that a good mission?
I think that is.
Okay.
Yeah, but by the 19th, we probably need to know what everybody's thinking on the number.
Yeah. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
We got a lot from each of you, what each of you who are not BJ, Tim, and Whit, as to what your thoughts may be for the funding for the schools for the next year. So
Because without knowing what you four are thinking, it kind of leaves us kind of in the wind, right?
Because we could come out there and say whatever, and you say, no, it ain't what
Okay, thank you. That's a good summary. I think without any other delay, let's go ahead to the American Rescue Plan funds.
With that, honestly, this is when I pretty much turn the meeting over to you. I know,
Can you enlarge?
let me find my big button.
Thank you.
There we go.
There we go. So that's what's allocated or spent.
This is what is allocated or spent, and a lot of this is allocated.
Yeah.
So that's it, 4 million?
4.8 million.
And you said we only have 6?
We have 6.7, just under 6.8. So we have 1.9 million that's unallocated.
So,
But in this second from the bottom, broadband, he's got $500,000 allocated there. I can't think about it. I don't think we're about to do $500 in broadband. So, you know.
Just do them.
Right, yeah, I get that.
On
But
broadband, can we support 2 grant requests?
Yes.
Okay.
that's kind of what I asked him earlier.
It is, I just, because that is,
Yeah, that's what he
and
said.
I mean, they clear as plain as day in that summit a month ago, that counties needed $1 billion to support any grant, any request that came from providers. So I just want to, I don't want to sell ourselves short.
He said $15,000.
But he's trying, but he's in business, you know, there's a business in there. And I want to add one thing. I spoke to the CEO of ATMC at that meeting. They have already submitted their grant. It has been long submitted.
He did his presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he said they submitted this.
If you do 15 or 50, it doesn't make a difference.
Score.
Yeah.
He's worried
I
about.
mean, I understand what you're saying too.
I know. And the other point that I made, I don't know if Kevin got an email from Sneed at the DSS board meeting. The board in April agreed SWAP money could be reduced 300,000. So that is an additional 300, an additional 100 that still could be.
So that's
Yeah.
basically $600,000 that we could add back to that.
Yes.
Fund.
well, you get 600 from,
The 500 broadband and 100,000 out of DSS.
I mean, I'd keep 50-50 for the 2 entities that want our support, 50,000 and 50,000.
Was the.
Well, AT&T, they didn't want money.
We didn't do
That's
much.
right.
What, get the contract, put in the system, then they will charge customers by the month, going the next 100 years, right, their money. So that's
But we gotta leave enough of it to be safe, though. I don't want to shortchange broadband. I'm sorry.
But you gotta, what he was talking about today is irrelevant. If you put $15,000 or $150,000 to it, it's irrelevant. He wants it because of the scoring.
But are we going with him? Are we going with Spectrum?
Well, why not? Because we can go to, we've already done AT&C, but we didn't do any investment with them. They didn't ask for it. He's asking for, $15,000 from us just to get the scoring good on
Yeah,
their
so you
portion.
get the bid,
Right, so he can get part of that bid.
then they're gonna grow in the future, that's what they want.
Right. Yeah, they're gonna make more money than AT&C does.
Okay, let's talk about the ones that we need to pass some judgment on.
Can I ask one question before then? We kind of know about everything except for Gibson. Can you share what your
I will.
thoughts are on that?
Thank you.
Just so that can be in our thoughts.
Chairman John and I and Kevin, before the pandemic, we took a trip to Hope County and we looked at what the outlying communities or small municipalities had in their counties. And they basically had a real nice, what you call modular unit, 1,500 square feet. Is that what y'all remember? That was available. I can't name those crossroads in Hope County like I can in Scotland County. But, and we really liked them. We were impressed with them. They served the purpose. I would love to see Gibson have something like that. So just follow my thinking. We would build it get it in place on the property where the walking trail is and the little bit of playground equipment, then give it to them with the key for them to maintain, pay the utilities, they can expand services, apply for grants to see what else needs to make Gibson become more. We have done Laurel Hill, wow. We're working on IHA. Wow, we've got Scotland Place and Dragon Park. I would like for Gibson to have a building that they can own for their meetings and they can offer it to their citizens for reunions and birthday parties. And I don't think it would, I think it would be less than $100,000 to do that.
You think about using ARP funds for that?
Mhm.
I like that idea.
Well,
Because we got to
I
do
don't see
something.
where they gonna build no $100,000 building.
It's not a, well, it's a modular unit.
It looks more like a ranch style house.
Yeah, it
When you
does.
Pull up there to it, but the inside, the center of it is open. There's no rooms, no walls or anything. There's a kitchen set up on one end, and there's
But how is
bathrooms.
that fair now, y'all?
Hmm.
How is that
Yeah,
fair?
beautiful, we're just talking
How
about
is
what
that
the
fair?
moment that we've seen.
How is that fair?
That's all they asked for.
We did all this law here, we doing all over it and get, change Gibson.
We met with them and that's what they said they wanted.
You all met from Gibson?
Yeah, they mayor and what have you came and when I say met,
When Eric Stokes was mayor.
they just want a building that,
Well, I mean, I think you got to take the Wakem approach to that. You know, the only reason Laurel Hill didn't have to go to somebody for grants is they're not incorporated. Wakem took it under their own to go get their.
they had a $500,000 grant.
And I think Gibson is in that same position
Yeah,
to do that.
that's what she's saying. It wouldn't cost us that much. If they can add to it, they can look it up.
I mean, I get your point.
I
I really do.
We wouldn't
It's kind of
short
like,
you,
we're giving them.
I see it different.
You see it now.
We
Good.
give them a foundation.
But I like the idea of putting it now in this grant. I really do. From these
And I may be wrong about I mean, 3 years is a long time. Prices of everything have skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Might be 125,000, but it's not like a home. It's just a square.
It looks like a ranch house. I don't know.
I saw one in Hope
They still
County too.
do they still use the depot
They've
as a
got about
meeting
5
place?
of them in Hope County.
I think so.
What do you mean that over there?
At the depot.
They were meeting at the depot, but they couldn't get internet because it's high speed because they wanted to broadcast. So I think they moved.
They moved back to town hall because of their policy dictated that that's where the meetings were supposed to be held. So the mayor is sticking thumb into the book and that's it.
Wow.
They held it over the emergency operations center a couple times.
And my thought on this, and I don't, the dollar amount, the specific dollar amount doesn't bother me. But I like kind of the way Laurel Hill involved us in the conversation. I'd like, how do we involve Gibson in the conversation as to how they would like for us to invest this money? Now, they may not be happy with the amount we're talking about.
They might want something else. You could be very.
But I mean, if we said to them, we've got $125,000 that we want to help you do whatever it is that you want to do. We can build you this building wherever you want it on your property, or we can take that money and you use it for grants and do something twice as big, or you do it to make whatever modifications you need to the town hall or the depot.
But they need to drive.
Let them drive.
I like that. I mean.
But we earmark a certain amount.
They gonna
of
say,
money.
I
But we
want
earmark, we go ahead and.
No, Ms. Goldston, we're gonna earmark the amount of money
Okay,
and then they decide what to do. with it.
okay, I like that.
I just, we want to take care of all the corners of the county.
So you want us to look down here, do you want us to take out, add to, or what you want us to do at the bottom line, number 8? Cause I see some I wanna take out right now,
Well, I've got.
just Christmas.
I want to just, for my own personal comment, I do think we need to be, we have provided funding to an awful lot of people. And we have, in my mind, we need to keep some money, just like Betty has said. So I'm unfortunately feeling a lot more conservative about spending money at this point. And when I look at some of this, I really like most of these, although I'm not necessarily gonna vote for money for all of these. And so that's just my thought. And I don't know how, maybe.
Let me tell you how those got on there. Those just got on there just because those are the things that
Had discussion.
have come to you and been mentioned.
That's the only reason that those particular things are on there. It is in no means limited in what you can just, what you should discuss or whatever.
Can we go back to that one you just had up there? So, an example today, and I think we're getting to what Ms. Colson was talking about. If we were to, all right, let's commit $25,000 to the Spectrum project for broadband so they can get their points and get their full rate and be done with it.
Okay.
That's $475,000, remaining from that. We commit the $300,000 that we've already voted for on Parks and Rec.
Okay, but that was.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry, but let's just say we do that. So that's 325, so that's, and then we drop the DSS swap to $300,000. So, that's a, I lost track of what I was doing.
You're okay, he's gonna plug those in.
Yeah. $475.
I kept that $300,000 with sheriff, something to pay, that what we already.
Yes,
Already.
that was our last.
All right, okay.
Okay, so.
So you have 575 minus the 300, so we're still at 4.5 million instead of 4.8.
Kevin, didn't we make some decisions about with the first third of the salary study that was gonna increase our budget by $300,000 for the coming year?
Yes, and that was, part of that was what I was looking at doing, and also as I've got my deadlines for my property tax valuation numbers are in, so I'm gonna be, working on, and I've got a base for my sales tax projections for next year. So I'm gonna be really pleasant to be around for the next several weeks, coming up with my base projection going forward. But some of this might be used to, with the salary study, as we implement this for the next 2 years, if my revenue projections are increasing here, but I need another $150,000, I'm gonna allocate back, I'm gonna use some of these funds to smooth that allocation. So there's gonna be zero tax cost.
Well, just stopping right there, that leaves us at $2.4 million remaining. That just stopping right there.
And with that,
am I right?
Yes.
Sure gotta stop there, then we don't have anything for the next 2 years.
But I'm thinking that we've got, staff increase needs that I thought was some of these funds were going to be used towards. Is that not what you did?
For Johnson and the Laurel Hill Community Center for additional parks restoration. Again, right now we do have sales tax growth. We do have property tax growth. So looking at those and seeing how much of that I can put these additional costs that I need to put in, because they are part of the objectives of the board, and seeing exactly where the shortfall is going to be. I'm in a slightly better position now than I was a month ago on some of these projections. But some of this is, well, our budget's going to increase 600,000. I'm making up numbers at this point in time, but or my budget's increasing $600,000 next year. If I can only find 300,000, I need to pull something else.
That's why we need to leave money.
Yeah. that's
Yeah,
why
we got to leave some money.
Exactly.
So can you put up on the board for us just to see what these other requests are? Cause I know there's like tis the season, I don't remember what that number is, then you got domestic
Every
violence.
one of them about 300,000.
That's
I
right, they
didn't
had,
put the-
right there, take the whole
I don't
ARP
have
money.
all of those in HR. But tis the season was just over was right at 300,000. Partners in ministry was 110,000. We promised, we did that. The water extension, that was a conversation talking about an extension along North Turnpike.
But that's all there.
No, this, I put 750,000 in there because we need to do some additional connections in between our current water systems. We're like ending a quarter of a mile apart. So the goal would be to put some of those connections in to give some redundancies in the system itself. It might pick up some homes. And with that, there are also state and federal grants. There's a lot of state money out for utilities right now. So there's, as we can get into that, I'm gonna give you last because I'm gonna give you a bunch of this.
I don't know why.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
We were talking about tis the season, since I own property downtown, when I need to recuse myself, whatever, we vote. I won't have.
No, sir. I don't think you're allowed to.
So you're saying that homeowners gonna go to 1,400?
That's a conversation with the city. What this is,
That's I mean, good God, that's $1,400 to tap.
yes.
They can't afford it.
That's right.
Yeah. With this, a number of people approached me. Yeah. And that's just an estimate. This, just got some addresses, a petition was filled up on North Turnpike out behind Deercroft. But looking at a 2-mile extension of 6-inch water line, from the city and their engineer, that would cost an approximate to $750,000. It just happened to be that number, that estimate and my estimate were the same. With that, and I met with a group of people yesterday from that community, and I told them I would put some costs in. The $750,000, that covers the engineering, getting the permits done, and in construction. Right now, there's a 6 to 8 month wait on getting PVC pipe in. There's a wait on everything right now. And it would be at least a 2-year process to run 2 miles of pipe. The first year would be engineering and after that, the other costs would be on the bottom half. These would be the costs to the homeowners. Right now, the tap fee is $1,000. To install a tap, the city in Laurinburg has a cost of $1,285 from the equipment and labor that they track in. That's it. They're going to recommend that they increase the tap fee in this upcoming budget. I don't have the final number, but it's about $1,400 because they're spending $1,400 to install a residential tap. After that, you still have to connect, and that would be at the expense of the homeowner. There is a payment plan there that they would establish before that's done. 50%, the rest would be billed in your monthly statement at a 10% interest rate.
What would be now, the connection fee?
The connection fee, that $1,400, you'd have to pay $700 down and then another $75 a month for a year.
That's
Question,
per,
question on
per household.
Per house. Yes, sir.
The estimated cost for a new, well,
Yes, sir.
that's 200 feet deep.
Yes, sir.
For residents that we know we're not gonna run water to their house. Put them in a well out of this money.
Put you in a well.
That gets into a very sticky situation where we're doing something. for
I'm saying people that own a home out in the boonies here in Scotland County.
Yeah.
right? We can't run, we're not gonna run them, our pipe to the house.
Yeah.
We using this relief money to put those people in the well, where they get appropriate water.
I gonna say no. But it's tricky. At that point in time, it becomes a welfare program. It would be age and, it would be income based. It would be an income based program. And I'm making this up off the top of my head.
Yeah.
That you would have to apply for.
But I think we're looking, well worth looking into, because we do have some folks.
How much is it? Nowadays, what we'll do.
Well, it depends on what system you use. You can use, 2-inch pipe, 4-inch pipe, 6-inch pipe. What?
Two, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
You see, 2 inches, yeah,
I don't know how much you need, I have no clue.
2-inch pipe, just, you run dry. I live out there, I put in 3 wells. It is a problem because you don't have, rain for, you have a drought for a year.
Right.
You have to go down another 20 feet.
Yeah.
The water main run, in later.
I mean, what do they cost? I'm just.
Hold on, I was, well, I'm talking about 50 years ago, so.
That's back 20 years.
You said 2,000 here, it's probably, it's or more.
And that's just a.
So let me call this back into a different direction. Commissioner Gibson has asked us to get to the AARP, and I know that's what we're talking about, but I think he specifically has maybe some particular ones of these that he.
Oh, no.
Well, I know that he made the second for that motion on the floor to address too, so.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you'd like to talk about that before you go, or before you, which is the Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec, yes. We have a motion and a second on Parks and Rec, I think was to allocate 300,000.
Yeah, that was my motion to upgrade, Dragon Park and another park.
And he,
Splash
but
That's
the
still-
instructions that he's gonna apply for the grant.
What's the stipulation that he, gonna apply and then we receive the $300,000 grant matching fund?
Well, now we.
Because if it's gonna cost 600,000
Yeah.
and then we only allocate 3, that's not gonna give us that.
No,
He get the 300 back. He get the 300 for some other.
yeah, use something else. He only wanted 300 for Dragon.
Dragon.
And the 300 action he used for
The splash.
splash pad or some other,
And nothing for Market Park.
or market, whichever you choose.
He can use,
He can use it for both.
And I think what he heard is that we wanted him to do more than just the splash.
Splash
That's
pad.
right. We're gonna do more, cause we get in trouble.
I'm, like I said earlier, and one reason I kind of slowed down, BJ mentioned it too. I think that we do need to make a list of things we need to go to the legislature on. And I think that 300,000 would be an ideal one to
That's
put
what I was
on that
thinking.
list. So my thinking is, how's the best way for us to have it? Not vote on that yet, or vote on that to request that of the legislature. We thought that if they just don't approve it, then we would come back and forth this board for the money.
Well, I mean, we can allocate it out of the ARP money and still ask the legislature.
Okay.
And if the legislature gives it to us, we just don't spend.
Can we do it that way?
That's you asking wrong.
All right, well, in that case, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the request for the funds for Parks and Rec? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
Now, y'all might have to, if that happens, I'll have to go back and
Undo it.
reallocate that 300 back to.
We'll cross that
Yeah.
bridge when we get
But
there.
I'm just saying that it's, that procedurally, that would be the,
Okay, so now with that off the table, I'd like to make the motion to contribute $2,500 to the Spectrum, presentation today for the broadband for the county.
I second it.
You have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Do we need to take action on a resolution for them?
there was a draft resolution in there, and that can be done now, or that can be put on the agenda for May 2nd.
I'll
That's
make the
just
motion to make the motion that we adopt the resolution in our package today using the $25,000 figure.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Motion and second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
And I hope that we can really get busy and we're gonna apply this legislation fund.
Yeah, because.
Well, anybody who has any, I think the EDC is probably gonna request for some assistance with the bank bill. If there's anybody else who has anything they want to bring up, let's bring it to the meeting on Monday night. But I think that 300,000 is a great legislature.
I think so.
And then I'm back to listing everything that we've talked about so we can see it, like BJ said.
Can you just type it up there, maybe up under?
Let's see.
You got
Go to a
partners in
different,
ministry.
We've already given them 300,000.
they asked for another 200.
210.
I don't think we should give them anything now because we
Yeah.
know.
We've already given them, 250 or 350.
300
We gave them 300,000.
family.
Yes.
Yeah, well, like 170 a year.
Yeah, 170.
2 years.
So we've already done that.
So we can mark them
Then we
off.
came back with a separate.
Yeah, separate. We mark them off.
Theirs was
What is this?
Ann Gibson,
What is DRCC?
domestic
That's
violence.
Oh,
and
domestic,
crisis.
okay, DV, okay.
And Gibson.
And that's the amount I think y'all were.
Yeah, that we talked about.
And how much is that total? Yeah, see, cut it too. Well, now that doesn't take out the 500, okay.
Yeah, that doesn't take anything out yet.
Which
So
is,
doing it that way leaves, about 2.2 million. Is that right? That don't seem right.
I didn't,
those
You
last,
didn't add it there. Okay, there you go.
Well, Kim, what I'm hearing, some talking in the boardroom, partners in ministry already gave them some money.
He just listed.
yeah, I just put it, these are the requests.
I'm
about
I
to
am not
take
as
it off.
excited about those last 5 as we've been, everything we've done so far.
And I am not recommending any of that, it's just,
Now, that goes to Turnpike, North Turnpike, that's $750,000. If they decide, are we gonna decide to go with that
No,
based on their need?
that's what he said, that 750 was not.
It's not for term.
I know, I'm saying, I was listening at the bottom
Oh,
down
you're
here.
talking about the other set.
Yeah, the other, that's because I kind of thought it was the other one and now it's this, so, yeah.
I was kind of with that till I hit $2,800.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how many.
Can afford it.
Right.
I know. And some people, I understand, they don't even have any water, they just can't get the well right, you know.
That's what I was talking about when I was talking about the deal and thing.
$28 if you tap, you can get your well free.
All right, what we gonna do?
said that.
Yeah, what we gonna do?
Again.
I I think the North Turnpike is what Ms. Bennett's talking about, right, the 750.
Yeah.
What we're gonna do?
Cause we don't say to them, hey, look, if y'all can get together, we'll do it.
But there's also grant money out there for this stuff.
There is.
So,
And this is assuming no grant money.
Okay.
so if we do it as it's up there on the board, we still have $1 million of art fund money left.
Yes.
The key to this, part of this that's over there is that family promise, because before we commit to that kind of money to that, we need to decide if that, annex at IJ is going to be used for that. Because there's a lot of work got to be done in there to do this kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And there's a zoning
It's a
issue.
zoning issue.
And a question that I had was, I mean, I know they said they would have volunteers from the churches that would stay there at night. But
Yeah.
since we own the building, would we have to have staff person there too?
As long as we have a lease and we want insurance back on us, as long as it is not our program, we would not have to have staff. If we have staff there, it's our program. So we either
The
are
mechanics
all
of it-
over it or we don't, or we leave it alone.
Well, I think
That doesn't mean
the
we
other
can't
part of
fund it,
that
but
would have to talk to the city, because you know, they're assuming that power and water and all that stuff out there. And that is gonna drive the cost up on that.
Yeah, somebody's staying there 24 hours a day.
It don't, this is.
I'm not saying, no, I'm just saying we gotta talk about all that before we.
Yeah, I think the family promise has a lot of potential. I just think a whole lot of questions that we don't have answers to.
And the time frame determines it too. I mean, we're not even finished with the gym yet.
Oh, yeah.
And phase 2 would include the annex, so we're probably 18 months away from starting on the annex.
no.
No, not that long? No, okay.
The understanding I got from talking to those three ladies though is that they have a church, and I don't know which church, that is willing to house the day program until we decide about IAJ. To allow them to get started, if that makes sense.
But does that mean no residential program?
No residential program, but it allows them to get the program going.
Well, yeah, that's good. I mean, and if we couldn't do the residential part at IEJ, there's no reason why the day center couldn't be there.
Right.
I mean, it's perfect for that.
Right.
I mean, it
So
just.
when we say
perfect.
residential, we got another whole ballgame.
Yeah.
And I think without IAJ, when I looked at the proposal without IAJ, I mean, you could cut that number back. So like, there was like $70,000 in their request just to transfer.
Well, they're assuming we're gonna pay for all their starting.
Right,
costs.
and I don't think that's.
This is, to me, this is a program that traditionally does not rely on governmental assistance.
Right.
And why should we jump in and give them $284,000 to a program that they were gonna start whether we were doing it or not?
I agree.
I agree.
And so
I agree with the thought that I do think because we have these funds, we should help out some. I don't think we should take it on all. And I say this from the church perspective. I know the thought is that the churches should do it, but I'm telling you, our churches are struggling to do what we can.
And BJ, I don't disagree with what you just said at all. I don't mind helping them, but nowhere near the degree they're asking us.
And I think, or I said to them before coming, I'm almost certain I will not advocate for the whole thing. And they, whatever you give, they be back, any help. Because the churches are going to.
So if we may, is there anyone who, let's have a conversation about just the city, well, let's maybe the domestic violence rate crisis.
I think give them all of them. It's only 35,000, right? That's my thought.
I say give them all.
And I will accept that as a motion.
Yeah, I'll offer a motion that we grant domestic violence $35,000.
They wrote the best letter in support of that.
Yeah, and I believe Betty has seconded that. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
One thing I would raise up on this one, and this is not specifically in their request, but at some point in time, it would probably be an interest or up to the board if there's going to be a continual funding.
For who was that? Domestic violence?
Domestic violence. And there are counties who do annual funding.
Oh, you hope county
So,
does.
I'm just raising that as a.
Just to make sure we cover bases, Partners in Ministry is up there. I did not hear any interest in a motion in regard to them.
To who?
Partners in Ministry, additional requests.
Nope.
We're getting through and.
My God, how
No,
much you
it's-
want?
That one is just gonna lay where it is. Do we need to postpone the conversation on 'tis the season, or does anybody feel compelled in regard to them?
Go back to Partners in Ministry. Is that on the top, Kevin, where we committed that money for the?
Yeah, you already.
Yes, there's already a Partners in Ministry. already.
Now, 'tis the season, it's beautiful, to have a beautiful Christmas, but we got some things here that's more serious than the Christmas decoration and events. And their presentation was wonderful, really wonderful, but I think we'll put first things first.
I agree, and I think Ms. Parker made known in the meeting that they didn't expect us to give them all of that, they just wanted some help. And Christmas is my favorite holiday, I think it does help the spirit of our community, but it's a lot of money there for penguins and trees. So I think we do need to give something to help, but not anything to that extent.
Well, I have to ask this question. I'm really this is the compliance book for nonprofits. And from what I read and what I heard, and we'll ask Mr. Johnston to verify, I'm not sure that 'tis the season would fall under any kind of umbrella of government-sponsored entities. I really struggle with that. What about you, Kevin? What do you think? I know I'm putting you on my.
Yeah, no, I think they are very much, they could be a problematic issue. And if this is a situation, and again, I'm not lobbying for or against.
I know.
But if you wanted to fund something, you wanted to give $5 to them to buy lights. What I would actually recommend is put $5 in the Parks and Recreation budget for next year to buy lights. And they can partner with 'tis the season for the light aspect,
But no direct monies to go
but not
directly to
give
that.
them any.
Okay, well,
If we might, let's just leave, all of the ones that we've not taken any action on for further consideration.
We got 2 years.
Well, we've got 2 months to make decisions out of this year's budget if we choose to.
but only thing with that is that still, these people asking what is water system and,
Is that a motion to extend that money for the North Turnpike stuff?
yes, that's a motion.
I second.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, so tell me what the motion was.
She's wanting to allocate $750,000 for the expansion of the water system on North Turnpike. Am I right?
You're right.
And if we get grants for it, that 750 goes down, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, does that mean that if this motion passes, we are going to expand that water line out there knowing that half these people can't afford to attach to it?
That's tricky.
That is tricky. I don't want to vote this thing, but I don't.
One thing, I did have a meeting with a number of people with a small group of people yesterday, so it was by no means everybody. And this is part of the reason why I handed out the flyers, and this is why I gave Betty a stack of them, was so that I could give the information back in the hand. So I asked them to come back to you because to get that information so they can push it out into the community. Because part of that is one of the things that we would have to do before we go into a community, before we run a water line, is we would have to have a community meeting, go in there and say, okay, who wants to run who wants water? I want water. Great. Who has the $2,500 to connect to the water before you can do it? When they all get up and leave, that's the end of the project. Also, it comes to the situation, hold on, are we 200 houses, which is easily possible, or are we talking 4 houses because of the cost? So
we could allocate the money though, not spend it.
And not spend, I'm thinking if this comes to fruition, if we really can do this, the money would be there.
Yes.
But it's a good, it will not happen, but the money is still in the budget for the next 2 years, right?
Correct.
But they
don't like that.
fall.
I don't like that. That's just me.
I'm just trying to make.
My only, Ms. Golston,
I like to know what I'm
my only,
spending before I budget it.
my only issue there is, Commissioner McFadden just used a good word. It does in one instance say that the commissioners are willing to invest this amount if you all can do this. But then it also, on the other hand, gives false hope. Because we know what their expense is gonna be. I don't wanna assume they can't afford it, but money,
That's a lot of money.
you know, and I don't know. I don't know if we should have a community meeting first
I think so.
and say, this is what it looks like. You all tell us.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If I may,
Yes, sir.
we've got a motion and a second. I think this is appropriate, whoever's parliamentarian here. I'm gonna make the motion table. That way we've got a motion and a second that we, after the discussion, didn't want to pass, knowing we may be giving people some information that is not gonna be necessarily helpful to them. And we pending a community meeting, so we can get information out there and see if this is what they really want.
Ms. Golston, okay.
Well, the parliamentarian, Jason, is that how we handle that? Or
God. I'm pretty sure.
a motion on top of it?
My motion, the motion to table takes precedence.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, one's a procedural motion and one's a substantive motion. The motion comes first.
Okay, so that.
Yeah.
Yours is procedural, that is a substantive.
Yeah, and the purpose is not to defeat the motion.
No,
The purpose is to postpone.
it's a procedure.
I second your motion.
We got a second to the table, which means we have to vote on that first. All in favor of tabling the motion to spend the $750,000 for the water line, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. That motion is on the table to be taken up
At another day.
subsequently.
Now, I think also with that, I did talk to the group saying that we would need to get out and talk into the community, talking about exactly who could attach. And there was also a question about what do the chicken farms, the poultry farms have on the wells? I've already talked with Amy Miller, our soil and water, to have a community meeting where we go off and we can probably combine these and actually talk about, okay, what do these poultry houses impact on your water, and then also your some of them. Also, I know some of the issues with some of the wells that they have up there is they're probably 75-foot wells, which means they run dry in August.
That's what I was referring to. That's a different problem.
If I may, just trying to get BJ out of here, not get rid of BJ, but since I think he's got something to say. The Gibson issue, my suggestion is maybe we try to have a meeting in Gibson. And see what it is that they just, without having made a motion, just saying in talking about what we need to do, we want to find out if there's something we can do in regard to.
Yeah, it's kind of, and
They may not be interested, they may.
If you open this up, they will say, we won't put Laurel Hill have, I'm sorry.
But I've heard people from Gibson saying they're so glad you're doing it in Laurel Hill, because that's where they're gonna go.
That's something small.
On that Gibson, talking about Laurel Hill, I think if Gibson wants that, Gibson needs to be driving that, not us. Like Wagram did, they need to drive, because they are an
Yeah,
incorporated.
that's right. So I'm not sure at this point we need to go to Gibson and say, say this. I think that they need to come to us. That's what they want.
I'd rather we go to them than them come back to us, because even, if you remember, the new mayor came to our meeting and kind of alluded to this, and I just think it's just kind of good for us to go. I think we need to have some limits on what we're wanting to do.
And that's, if we go to them,
We say,
we get to define that better than they do.
but they come to us.
I mean, if we wrap all this up, we haven't done anything, and then people in Gibson said, well, you did this and this and this, and you didn't do anything for us. We're sitting there saying, you're right.
We are on record as saying we were going to Gibson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should, yeah. So for now, if Kevin, if you can have two columns, on the left column would be requested, the right column would be committed or
to be determined.
Right, that way we keep a total of where we
Yeah,
are.
well, I think you put committed, what we committed to, and the others just stay on the not yet determined standpoint until we vote on it in favor of it. It's.
Let's say we need to call what is committed on or.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of trying to do. Here's the original requests or original concepts. The zero is where, or these numbers are where you've taken items to change.
It's the amount of the change.
Or if it's blank, no action is taken.
Then take it off of the right column. Because that,
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying? You take the North Turnpike off, because that takes it out of the community money on the right-hand side, but yet we'll know that if it's on the left with a zero light, that we haven't taken action on it.
Yeah, put that one back, take the other one out.
Yeah, put that back and come two down.
There you go. And then just sum those columns up from there, and
Now, have we, did we ever vote on the Gibson?
No, sir.
I didn't think so.
so we're, after all that, we're still at 4.5. We still
That's
have 2.2 million. Yeah, it's good. I just want to be able,
I
if you
need
can put
that
that
number.
on the drive somewhere where we can see it.
Yes,
because
sir.
that is one of the biggest questions that are asked.
What?
Where is it going and what are you gonna do with the rest of it?
This file is in the regular April meeting, and I will copy this and I'll put it in the regular May meeting.
Okay.
Drive also.
Just so it's good.
Now, Kevin, did you promise Oak Hill, I call it Oak Hill, North Turnpike, that you're gonna meet with them? Did you say you wanted to come and?
Yes. Now, what I said is first starting off with, I was gonna give you that information so they could get, so you could give them that information so they could start talking in the community, and find out what the interest is when you start numbers. Thereafter, what I talk with is, if we start moving forward, we will have to have community meetings up there to talk about who's actually interested. So we know how many houses are connecting in, and also talked about going up there, and getting, soil and water, go up there and talk to them about their groundwater because of poultry houses.
Okay. Let me ask this question. When you go up North Turnpike Road, there are several side road streets. And you have a house, main road. Then you have two behind it. If you go run up the road, Turnpike, those two houses facing the opposite way on the road behind them, be able to hook up to the pipeline.
Okay.
It's gonna be 300 feet, 400 feet from.
The example right there at Peach Orchard and North Turnpike.
Yeah.
You have, if you turn right off of Peach Orchard, go back towards, south, you wind up with Ace Drive and all that. You have a number of, modular homes, trailers right in there. Like Ace Drive, that's a dirt road, it's private. We run Turnpike, we run down to North Turnpike because we're gonna stay in state right. After that, yeah, if you wanna run that 1 inch or 2 inch roll piping from your house a quarter of a mile away.
If you can get it down close up.
If you can get it down there, that's wonderful.
Oh, okay.
But that's on you.
Yeah.
And you gotta get your neighbors to agree to it.
Oh, okay.
And-
Because they're gonna be the ones who don't have a problem, people on the road don't want it.
Yeah.
But other folk will be mad that's directly behind them, they can't get it.
And I'm not letting you cross, so, because I don't like you.
Clarence,
Mr.
you'll be a
Chairman.
very important person in this because they know you from your connection. So they're gonna be asking you questions about this thing. You know that.
Already.
You're
I'm
already-
showing them up there, saying he.
You're
showing them
connected
all
up
that.
there.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I want to say about that, because I too have been asked questions about that as well as discussing. And a piece of paper is fine, but conversation does a whole lot better in explaining these type of things. And I would suggest that we as a board ask our manager to go ahead and schedule a community meeting in both Gibson and I call it Oak Hill as well, address both issues.
And would you give those two commissioners a copy of what you gave me? You didn't give me.
Everybody, everybody got a copy. You got a bunch of.
Okay.
I think it is appropriate for us to request the county manager to do that.
Okay. Now, for Gibson, what I would probably do is I will reach out to their mayor, at least one city councilman that I know fairly well, and talk about setting up a meeting there.
When, these meetings, is it advisable that all of the commissioners attend, those who wish to attend?
Still we have to advertise.
Well,
It's just according to
I
how
was
many
hoping
people.
that we have a regular board meeting in Gibson. Like we will go out and search, like we have a meeting in Wagon one month. 1 month we have a meeting in Gibson.
That's an excellent.
And
Used to
that's
do that
what-
before.
that's what we used to do. Yeah, they don't talk about that before, the year before COVID hit.
Yeah, therefore, cool.
How, that may be a problem, can we hook up in Gibson?
Well, the only thing is, you can't, I don't think you can do a regular meeting, because your regular meeting schedule is
Public.
public, it already, you'd have to pass a resolution to actually move that every time you did it. Every time, now you can have a special meeting there.
Yeah.
With no problem. But the only thing about having a regular meeting is you'd have to do a resolution each time you wanted to do it, because it has to be filed 7 days before the actual meeting.
We could have a special meeting during their meeting.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can have a special meeting, as long as it's within the county, you can have a special meeting at any time.
And the special meeting has to be designated what you're meeting about, and this would be about to see what they would like to see ARP funds spent in Gibson.
It's just like what we did in Laurel Hill. I mean, that, it was the same thing, when we had special meeting in Laurel Hill, it was a special meeting, and it outlined what the purpose was. And you can keep that pretty vague.
Yeah.
I mean, and because you can do community input on, Gibson needs, or community input on possibility of water extension. I mean, you can make it pretty vague. But yeah, special meetings are no problem. 48-hour notice, and that's all I have to do.
And are we hoping that we would have both of these meetings within the next month, next 45 days, something like that? So we shoot for?
I said next 45 days.
I think Kevin is saying, don't make it this next month.
We've been meeting so much, but next 45 days.
4 to 5 hours.
It's just according to how quick y'all want your minutes back.
Well, and I think that for both of these monies, it's not something we've got to do in the next.
We've got time.
We've got time. That's why we're not trying to spend it all at one time.
And neither one of these, even if we meet in 30 days, will happen in 60 days. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I think, let's get these scheduled sometime.
After July.
Sometime in the next 3 months.
And some of these can be, well, first of all, there's gonna be a couple of things. Gibson will be easy. I can probably get 3 city council members pretty quick. If you want the rest to show up, they're not gonna show up because I'm there. North Turnpike, nobody's showing up because I'm there, and my father lives there. So,
You saying nobody gonna show up at North Turnpike?
He's saying we need to be there.
if I'm inviting people to North Turnpike, nobody's showing up.
Okay, I see. You're right.
It needs to be a
I agree
county
with that, the people,
commissioner meeting, he said.
Yeah.
I agree.
company commissioners might not, but the people.
Okay. We've gone through a mess of stuff today. Anything else that we've got to place here for commissioners' comments? I think every commissioner pretty much has had an opportunity to comment.
I have one small comment, a question.
Okay.
There's discussion about the brick building that's left in Laurel Hill, the one that they were providing meals out
The
of.
little white building.
No, the
little
brick
brick
building. And my question is, what would be the benefit of keeping it or tearing it down? Either way, it seems to be a good building.
It could be a good building, you know.
Yeah, I've been discussing, is there any thinking on that bill about turning it down?
How about we decided to leave it until after the new one was up and running and
I'm
see what we
talking
could.
about keeping it.
I know, but I thought we had decided just to
Yeah,
wait.
okay, that's
until
what we
the new
are.
one was
When
up.
they were nervous about it, that's what we said.
Yeah.
We're getting calls.
Yeah, I've had some people to talk to me about it, and my position is, my vote would be wait before maybe the last year before we, dispense all of these funds, go in there and upgrade it. It's a perfectly good building, but it would be something we want to do.
It's got a good roof on it. It is not a good building.
We don't need to spend any more money. Now, come on, y'all. Love my Lord, he don't
I
spend
just
no
asked
money.
the question.
You either spend it and tear it down, or you would spend it and upgrade it. It'd be the same thing. So, because if you get.
I have-
That's why
At the end of the
I'm
day,
just
that's the
asking the question.
Somebody,
I live on.
So don't kill the messenger, right?
it don't kill me either, because someone has come to me several times thinking that building, I think they think it has, is in better shape than it is. But they would like it left there and would like for Parks and Rec to take a look at it to see if it could be an extension of Scotland Place for senior activities. I don't know the quality of the building, but I do, there is questions swirling out there to leave that building there and maybe see what it could be used for. I'll just lay
That's
that
what
out.
I thought we decided on.
I think the decision we made is we would leave the building there until we made a different decision.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, I just wanted to get some, so when somebody asked me, I don't want to keep.
That's what I.
Okay.
It is
Back
probably.
to order, please. Any commissioner have a comment they wish to make?
I just a quick and less than 15-second summarization from Kevin about what the expectation of East Farmer property in the city.
With that, the LGC is going to send me a copy of a resolution that's, going to be addressed. I'm expecting that anytime. Once that resolution comes in, where they're going to transfer that to the, county, along with any additional cash funds. There are 4 pieces of property, including the town hall. There are 3 empty lots. With that, once I get that resolution from the LGC, we will create a mirror resolution that would have to be approved by the Board of Commissioners accepting that property. In July, we would receive, that property would become the county's on July 1st. At that point, specifically the empty lots, my thought would go in our next foreclosure property sale. I know of no specific reason for it. Thereafter, the building would also be of use, would be available for discussion.
You exceeded your 15 seconds.
Yeah, that would either be sold or,
Yeah.
if
Well, I
there's
think
not.
the building, I think, is in probably better shape than the one in Laurel Hill. I've just thought of 2 things for the building. One, right quick, deed it to Partners in Ministry. They're right across the street. And then if they want to sell it, they might can get the money for their transportation. Or would it be a possible day center for Family Promise?
If the annex does not work, that might be an alternative.
And what the people in East Lombard wanted for their little meeting place. It'd be beautiful
I
now.
don't know.
100 years.
Okay. Commissioner McFadden, anything?
No.
Carol? Anything? Katie? Do I have a motion to adjourn? Have a motion in a second.
Everybody
Commissioner McFadden, all in favor, say aye. We are adjourned.
Real good meeting. Real.
I was trying to get 3 hours.
Yeah.
I think you missed your 2 o'clock.
Yeah, all right, Jason.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
You're all right?
Sit down, $700.
Oh, man.
At least it's what y'all need